Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
seriously off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Yasser Serwan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the anti-penultimate round of the Tata Steel Masters, round number 11 out of 13. And there are big news to discuss before we even get into the games. Daniil Dubov has tested positive for the coronavirus and therefore cannot continue the tournament. Loses by forfeit to Richard Rapport today. We can see Richard Rapport joins Magnus Carlsen in the lead in the standings with this default win. And it also means that Daniil will not show up for his last round game against the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. First of all, of course, we wish Daniil a speedy recovery. And then Peter Svidler, there are a bunch of questions that we need answers to. First, should Magnus Carlsen stay in Wijk and wait for Daniil's recovery so they can play round 13 later?
That would be best, yes.
Is it unfair to Anish Giri that Magnus Carlsen picks up a free point when they're fighting for tournament victory?
That is horribly unfair, yes.
Third, what's happening in the games today?
No idea. I want to. For once, there's clearly a person to blame for the stream starting when it started. It's on me, chat, all the kind comments about fashionably late. No, I was just being an idiot. So no time to really catch up. I'm very much in favor of A3 Nimzos though.
It's very rude when I showed up at 13:59 that you made us wait all the way till 14:00.
Yeah.
Please.
Jordan,
what's Jordan doing?
He's doing this is A3. Possibly the only Nimzo about which I might know more than you. I'm using the word
it, but clearly, first question, is this Dutch collusion? Because this pawn is very, very weak.
It is,
yes.
This
is maybe the only Nimzo line where black could realistically be better. What's going on here? Also, evidence by the fact that
black actually
played plenty.
Black actually is better, I think, yeah, but it's a line I prepared for the London candidates in 2013, and we spent an unbelievable amount of time making sure we equalize everywhere. And we thought we equalized everywhere. The attempt really wasn't to get an advantage. The attempt was to just make this playable for one tournament. And I remember we were extremely proud of succeeding in that endeavor. And then a few tournaments later, because after the candidates, I played like 4 more tournaments in a row. I just woke up one day and I realized in a very, very crucial position somewhere we missed the most obvious reply from the black side. I switched the computer on. It instantly said minus 080. And yeah, that was the end of my A3 career. Not the hugest fan of this line.
Yeah, it's very, very daring because you just accept long-term weaknesses early on in the game. Of course, White has ideas of his own. He wants to occupy the center. But it's the least solid line known to a Nimzo Indian player. Mm-hmm. Magnus Carlsen sometimes plays it when he needs to play for a win. It very often doesn't work out so well for him. I think he had some games with Levon that I can recall where he got into trouble. So it's a very curious choice by Jordan. But usually, as we've debated, Jordan is a creative young man and he has engines. I was obviously kidding about the Dutch collusion. He will have thoughts here on why.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the sort of the more solid points about A3 is that I think one of the reasons they do this is they want to lock out the more fashionable replies to F3. So if black plays C5 in this position instead of B6, you can play F3 and pretend you've always meant to play F3, but you've ruled out F3 D5 altogether. That is no longer something black can play. I don't know if that's what Jordan wanted, but that's one of the sort of the better things about the whole line. The move Anish chose is we thought that was playable. I think we were. Jordan just goes F3 here. There's also the option of playing E4, Knight E4, Queen G4, which I think is not that stupid actually, and I think we were making it work somehow. It's obviously all the usual disclaimers that this we're talking about 2013 computers, which were much weaker than the current computers, but I think b6 does give white additional options. I think there are harsher ways of treating this.
Yes, c5 by far the main move, which of course Anish knows, but being surprised by this a3, maybe he's trying to deviate himself early on. Hard to believe that fb6 could come as a surprise for Jordan, though. f3, knight to c6. The line I learned as a kid, e4, bishop a6, and then e5, you go back to g8.
Yeah.
But I haven't looked at it since.
There's been a very, very sharp, very interesting game played in this line recently in the Grand Swiss, where Nikita Vitugov played this, I think maybe in the penultimate round against Grigory Aparin. That was an absolute blockbuster of a game, which ended with Grigory winning, but I think at some point it was quite unclear. It was for those of our viewers who are interested, it really is worth watching, even if you just sort of scroll through the game, because there's a lot of very exciting, sacrifices, changes of material balance, and so on. And it also was hugely influential in the outcome of the Grand Swiss. I think Grigory is now in the Grand Prix mainly because of that game. Well, that's not fair. He won many games in Riga, but that was a very, very crucial game towards the end of the tournament that propelled him into the tie for the qualifying places. E4, knight a5. Yeah, these positions are very, very confusing, because you often have to start giving up your queen side. It's often kind of not much point even for white to try and spend time and energy preserving the pawn on c4, but you want to sort of expand in the center and in the king side in the meanwhile. Leads obviously.
What move do you play? You go e5, you go knight h3, you go bishop d3. What do we do? Bishop d3 play.
Very, very obviously very tempted to start consulting the file, but I'll keep myself.
I can send Lawrence a message on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I think it's time for you to start WhatsApping Lawrence on this. Bishop d3, I think, kind of indicates that bishop a6, queen e2 is the plan. That does allow black to play knight b3, knight takes c1, but that's a kind of a double-edged thing to do, because on the one hand, you do get rid of one of the bishop pair, but on the other hand, without the knight on a5, it becomes much harder to actually win the pawn on c4, so the game becomes sort of more, black's counterplay becomes slower. Not sure if that's what...
In the old days, they told me you play c5 here, and then you put something on c8, and white can't really keep stuff anyway.
Well, they go bishop e3, rook c1, and this setup, surprisingly, it holds for a bit. It might collapse eventually, but it holds for sort of just long enough, hopefully, for white to start launching something on the king side, like e5, f4, knight f3, or whatever. It's shockingly, it doesn't just immediately disintegrate the first moment you attack something on the queen side. It does look like it might, but I don't think it does.
All right, we'll see what Jordan has in mind. Anish will take a moment here, probably.
Yeah.
And we can have a look at the other games. Magnus Carlsen against the always well-prepared Vidit, who, of course, had a rough turn of events in the last round when he lost to Pragnananda with the white pieces going into the rest day. So Vidit no longer really in contention for tournament victory. He probably doesn't need any extra motivation with black against the world champion. And knight c3 played by Magnus. He's going for the Jocko piano.
Yeah. The very piano of the Jokos, yeah.
This move, of course, way more popular and has been played many times by
Magnus himself, countless times. Yeah, knight c3 is what brought Andrei Yesipenko victory in his game against Jordan in the previous round, I want to say. But we never really properly analyzed anything after like move 15. We just kind of gave general assessments, but it felt like Jordan was fine, and then he just kind of took it a little bit too easily for a bit, and then was no longer fine anymore.
Yeah, I mentioned many a time that
knight takes
whatever position it was, something like this, You should have taken on d5.
The bishop was on b6 somehow. It actually went on
Oh yeah, he went
by its own accord somehow.
For some reason the bishop is here. Show e3. And here you take.
Yeah, take and knight e7, and you should be completely fine. Yeah, that was I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, even though what he got in the game also didn't really look all that tragic, but he did end up losing that position eventually. We'll see what Vidit thinks about all of this.
Probably a bit of a surprise. I don't think Magnus has played a lot of knight c3. That's also one of those lines where, yeah, there's so many real-world problems. Like, is this the one you want to spend your time on? But it seems like it's becoming trendy again. After d6, you want to try to capture this bishop. You can still debate if this is anything.
Yeah.
But this is a line. a6 a line. h6 we've talked about after h6. Bishop e3 typically gains somewhat in strength because this structure is no longer that easy.
Mm-hmm.
Short castle is obviously a line, which means you have to be sometimes ready for this pin.
Yeah.
But if you haven't committed to d6 yet, you can usually unpin. So black has many options here. Here's what Vidit will choose.
Yeah. I'd be curious to see if for the second game in a row, White actually manages to get a little bit of something here. Probably, if that does happen, it probably will be with some help from Vidit, because I kind of refuse to believe this particular brand of the Italian gives White anything at all against solid play. But we'll see.
Peter does not approve knight c3 people.
Peter sort of does approve
against Kayakin.
Yeah.
Typical Mamedyarov opening 1 e4 as he usually plays, and then a very sharp line. Of the Italian description, my best guess is, but this game might end peacefully, but I've been wrong on these things before.
I assume this is covered in chessable.com/Jan.
No, I don't want any part of this. I go horsey.
Oh, you go horsey here, okay.
Much better move, because then you don't run into all this c3, d4 madness. You only allow knight g5, which really isn't that scary, if we're being honest. And d4, which is even. And added bonus, if they play knight c3, trying to play like Magnus, you can take.
You absolutely can take. I have seen Dodgy absolutely destroy his opposition after knight c3, knight e4 in this position yesterday.
I'm sure he's an expert on short castles here. This looks like a Dodgy type of line.
Yeah. No, I meant with black. He played knight.
Oh, wow.
He played knight takes e4 here and just
amazing
crushed. It was very, very pleasing to watch.
So he does play real openings when he's not playing for Team Yanistan.
Ooh, controversy early into the stream.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy to talk about. Speaking of Kayakin, okay, this game I will assume is a draw until proven otherwise. So Kayakin, there was first of all a tweet by FIDE General Manager, is that his title? Emil Sutovsky? If you want to...
Executive Director, maybe.
Executive Director, apologies. Yeah. I'm not sure which one's better. If you want to know the definition of cringe, look up Sergei Kayakin's game from today, combined with his tweet, paraphrasing, but that's what he said more or less.
Yeah.
And Sergei answered, yes, Emil, when I was 14, you were better than me. I mean, he spelled it with an E, but I think he meant it spelled with an A, then.
Yeah, also, that's a kind of a hot take from Sergei. I'm not sure that's true.
But the point is basically, your argument is invalid. I better at chess than you, right?
Sort of, I guess, yeah. Kind of a variation on your hair. Your hair is a bird, using chess skill as shape of hair. The whole thing was kind of unedifying, honestly. I find it hard to root for any parties in that particular debate, to be entirely honest.
Peter Heine also got involved.
Then
he was on Sergei's side because he was arguing that Sergei was better at age 14 than Sutovsky.
Yeah. regardless.
Yeah, let's move on. It's an exciting position, but Nils Cornelius against Andrei Yesipenko.
This is actually something I wanted to talk to you about, because we had this a slightly different move order early in the tournament, and the game progressed quickly enough so that I couldn't really ask you that question specifically, because what was it? It was somebody played the d3 c3 anti-marshal early in the tournament, which basically transposes to by this point transposes to the same position after c3 castles.
It was Jordan Dubov, maybe.
Yeah, and Jordan did something else altogether, and it became irrelevant. But
net this position.
Yeah, but Harry recently in a European clubs did something against me, which is very similar to what Niels is doing against Yesipenko today. But I think Harry actually played rook e1 instead of h3, and that is basically playing the classical, or at least inviting to play the classical Chigorin, and then just playing it a tempo down anyway, which looks extremely weird, but is, I think, quite annoying in a number of ways for the black side. And I'm curious how Niels is going to treat it today, because it seems very counterintuitive to just be playing a position which I think is accepted to be decent-ish. I mean, it's not to everybody's taste, but the classical Chigorin Spanish has not been refuted to my knowledge. Like, it just doesn't equalize fully, but it's not supposed to be that horrible as far as I know. And they just play it a full tempo down. Yeah, this position. And I think Harry played it a full tempo down with the pawn on h2 and the rook on e1, and Niels today chose the pawn on h3 and a rook on f1. But the concept is exactly what he's doing right now. And I became worried and annoyed by it enough during the game that I haven't actually even played queen c7. The point is that the positions after queen c7, d5, just as the one they have on the board right now, are, for a certain type of player, just really, really unpleasant to play without really being bad for black. They're just kind of annoying, passive, and potentially a bit worse, that you don't even mind that you're a full tempo down compared to what the classical Spanish is. Are you at all on board with this, or you think it's just tempo is a tempo and it's never going to be a problem?
Oh, I'm a huge specialist on this topic. I was just listening. So if they go rook e1 instead of h3, then you can go knight a5 and c5, because here d4 is harmless because you have bishop g4. I think both ed, cd, bishop g4, and cd.
Yeah, maybe I'm just wrong.
But basically,
Harry also did it this way.
The refutation. So with rook e1, you cannot do this. With h3, it's a very, very serious line. And in computer lingo, you don't equalize in this position, which is weird, because as you mentioned, you're tempo down. But that's what modern engines insist on. They say, yeah, these old Spanishes with pawn on d5, we're happy. So I would not recommend, and do not recommend in my courses, to go knight to a5 here. I believe it's important to play a different move, h6 or bishop b7. I believe I gave bishop b7.
I actually got to exactly the same conclusion, sort of 2 moves too late during the game. I thought, why did I play knight a5 so kind of naively here? I should have done something else.
Chessable.com/Jan. I'm sure I can get you a discount. No, but yeah, it's very weird that, because that's what we're brought up with. You play knight a5, c5 if white is a pawn on d3, and black is okay. But this position, I spent quite some time. It's not easy at all, and I think quite some people are fishing for this with white. Jordan also played it against Daniil, maybe, in the World Rapid Blitz. So yeah, I concluded that this is the way. And then if white goes knight bd2, these lines, you could argue the bishop is misplaced here, but it's more important that these d4 lines no longer carry a lot of punch, like for example here.
Yeah, you can definitely switch to
this is another old line, which is just fine for black.
Yep.
So a bit surprised that Andrei would go for knight a5.
Yeah,
but also if you're less than of a 0-0 chaser than me, and you want to play position, maybe this is what he's going for. Maybe saying, I don't want to try equality. I just want tension. So could be this is very much on purpose, or that he got a little tricked by this.
Yeah, he was sitting to the right of me in that match. He watched me get completely outplayed and lose on board one, and that was kind of an important point. So I don't know if he just didn't click for him how annoying that game went, or yeah, not sure. I think he is a very good theoretician, but he still, I think, sometimes gets sort of overexcited with like the obvious moves that you make, which also happened to me. I also pretty much thought, okay, what's the issue here? Why should I even think about knight a5? It's the most obvious choice in the world. We'll see. We'll see. And this is not horrible. It's just unpleasant. It's
yeah, it's surprising, but space matters more than the quote-unquote tempo. And the tempo says rook on e1 instead of f1, which in some lines helps, and some lines it doesn't so much. So the direct attempts for black here were knight d7, f5. They didn't.
Yeah, I actually went knight d7, move 11, and even that didn't work. Yeah. Well, I mean, didn't work because I didn't play well, but didn't give me enough. Moving on, we have a Maran today. An actual, no, not a Maran, an anti-Maran, but kind of a pure-ish anti-Maran with some really weird inclusions later.
So far, we know.
And then a4.
I've never seen here. At first sight, you would think, why would you weaken the b4 square?
Must be in black's favor, yeah.
Square, yeah.
First glance
pointed, but I can't recall having seen it.
Neither have I, yeah. I've looked at this at some point in my life, not recently, but I haven't. Yeah, a4 definitely wasn't part of the conversation then. And bishop d3 played very quickly. This is, I mean, clearly the young man has something concrete in mind, but well, the issue here, as I see it, is that e4 is not even necessarily a threat, and black can also, yeah, now in particular, use the b4 pawn square as a kind of a, I want to say as a draw offer, honestly. I mean, it's a bit cynical, but it is a bit of a draw offer. Unless you want to play 65 or bishop a3.
I'm not sure you want to.
Yeah.
Let's see if the queen survives this adventure.
Yeah.
Maybe it does.
Maybe it does, yeah. Maybe you don't actually lose, but doesn't look that necessary. Yeah. Bishop d6 knight.
I don't think from everything we've seen Pragnanda do in this tournament that he will go for knight a2.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely, in particular because I mean he's won the last game and he had a rest day, so if the tournament continued kind of spiraling out of control, maybe it would have been slightly more attractive. But even then, I think he's just not the kind of young player who goes for sort of non-event draws against strong players. He wants to play and get the XP points.
I was wondering if the inclusion of this a4 a5 could be with cd5 in mind, because typically black will go cd here, but then at least the b5 square is also very weakened. Well, yeah. I don't know what happens after ed, but it's not impossible to think we have some.
Yeah, maybe knight e5 works. It's not bad. Yeah, knight e5 f4, and we've gotten the setup we generally want to get in these types of positions. Even though, like with the bishop on b4 so firmly ensconced, I can maybe make an argument for going c5, c takes d4, and rook c8 here, and saying it's more annoying than usual.
Not committed to f4 yet. Takes.
Yeah, fair. Queen takes, gc, bc, knight e2 or something, yeah.
Some move, yeah.
Or rook of d1, yeah.
Move of some description.
Move of some description, exactly, yeah.
Doesn't look unplayable.
Doesn't look good at all for black, to be honest. Yeah, I think this may be already slightly misplayed. We'll see. It's a complicated position. Every single piece still on the board, and Prague clearly has some idea. Bishop b4 will be one of the most obvious moves to check after bishop d3. So, expecting him to continue to play quickly. And there's also a pure London in the all-important Sam Shankland game.
Let's have a look. Do that with the white pieces. Yeah, this is the thing. They don't go knight c6, but they start with queen b6, asking white, can I have pawn? And white says no. Then you play bishop d6 without knight c6, ruling out, for example, bishop b5 check lines, which sometimes are a little uncomfortable to meet. Like,
I mean, ruling out is a bit strong, but I guess having bishop d7 as an option is important, right? Because in the current position, white can still try doing that, but it probably is just completely empty because of bishop d7. Yeah.
Apologies.
It's a trade that black would not mind at all.
Yeah, some good players started doing this as usual. I can't recall who did it, but I did make a mental note that this might be clever. And Sam,
Team Sam,
we've seen.
Team Sam incredibly well booked up. Incredibly well booked up. And this is probably some kind of a position where like d takes c5 followed by b4 and c4 might not be the stupidest reaction, right? But it probably doesn't give very much. It might be the best we have. And here, even here, I wanted to ask about b4, bishop somewhere, c4. And just claiming that this is, or that. And I take on d6, I play c4, and I claim that this is a...
I guess this point of position might not be too bad.
I have a feeling that this is kind of similar. Wasn't there a game between Magnus and Hikaru in... the one that ended up giving mate in the second game, I think, of their... Blitz tiebreak in St. Petersburg, World Rapid and Blitz. They had a similar structure, but probably not this move order.
Let me look it up. But there was also, I think Magnus Ding. Hang on. Yeah, no, there's a lot of high-level games here. Magnus Ding, Aronian Dominguez, Wesley Vidit, Alireza Ding. But Ding played this first, and Magnus sort of blundered here with pawn to c3. And after...
it's that game,
But here he got into trouble very, very early on. Went on to win the game if memory serves, but this was a seriously bad position of the opening already.
Yeah,
you can't keep the construction.
Yeah, he ended up, I think, having
mistake
to give up more than one pawn, but somehow launched an attack that succeeded. Yeah, some kind of a
attack. I think I looked at this as someone maybe played this, but it wasn't that tempting. So I wouldn't expect c3 to play.
No, well, Jan Krzysztof already took on d6. Yeah, c3 is not going to be played. And we have immediately moved away from much of the practice. There's only one high-profile game left, which is the Wesley against Vidit game from last year. And after d takes c5, we no longer have any high-profile games left at all. Instead of d takes c5, Wesley tried knight e5, and he actually got a playable position. Kind of a weird setup. Yeah, he went knight c5, knight c6, knight e5, knight c6, bishop b5. And then went for the kind of a hardcore attempt to occupy the dark squares with like bishop takes 6 bc, knight b3, and so on. Ended up having a very nice position, but there probably is a way to deal with this. And Jan Krzysztof goes for something I talked about, but without the move b2 before, or at least not yet. Maybe he will make it later. Although if black plays knight c6 here, I'm not sure he will be able to make it later. So it's a question whether having the pawn on before here is good or bad for white.
Yeah. We'll find out. Also in this move order, maybe I can take.
Yeah. This looks kind of equalish, right?
Micro initiative do you really have here?
Just not very much.
Looks like Sam once again, well prepared. Duda has been taking time. Might have been caught a bit off guard by Sam's move order. Pragnana played rook to c1, which is not the move we were asking for. But he might still know. Ahmedyarov blitzing out the moves here against Kayakin. And Jon van Foreest.
Yeah, this is the setup you kind of want in in this line with white. You very much want to push f3, f4. If you don't have anything more concrete in the center, playing f4, playing knight f3, and then pushing for e5. Just kind of trying to use this very, very beautiful pawn center to gain space and perhaps launch an attack on the king side if black actually castles king side, which Anish is absolutely not obliged to do here. And yeah, queen d7 does seem to indicate that he very much appreciates the fact that his king does not belong on g8, maybe.
Yeah, interesting developments. First of all, you were right, this queen e2 was played. Anish does not go for c5, not even making Jordan go for this bishop e3, rook c1 setup we mentioned. And now after d6, f4, queen d7 also means the knight can no longer go here. So after e5, he just wants to go back home, yeah?
Yeah, I think he just goes knight g8 quite happily, and he says my pressure against the c4 pawn will be so strong that I don't care if I have to make some mildly inconvenient moves.
Do we agree? Or see? Why is it so bad?
Okay. So I actually mixed up them with the year, but I was very correct about the game actually, because with the rook on a1, this is still the Carlsen, Nakamura, the London. Somebody said in chat that it didn't look sort of, at least I understood the comment as it didn't look anything like the tiebreak, but I just got the year wrong. Yeah, looked completely equal, and then white suddenly gave mate there, so there's some precedent. This Nimzo is just much more exciting to watch than the London, though.
And Jordan just plays knight f3, probably also arguing you're not going to castle anyway, so e5 doesn't exactly.
It's an interesting thing though, because maybe black wants the knight on d7, and I would definitely play queen a4 here, or at least very seriously consider playing queen a4, just to give myself additional squares for the knight.
I guess knight d2.
At some point, I would like to include e5. I don't know why he's not doing it yet, but yeah, knight d2 seems like it will be obligatory.
Doesn't white have a nice position? Like if this stuff doesn't fall, and here I even have b1.
Yeah, this is the thing about this line. Yeah, it's very, very high risk, and I would venture to say that it probably doesn't equalize against best player. At least that was my impression when I looked at it seriously for the last time. But if you don't get punished straight away, if black doesn't play as precisely as possible in the opening, it's very, very normal for white to get quite a promising position.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to go actually in the current position now that once again, now that e5 and knight g8 hasn't been included. Maybe we throw in knight b3, knight c1 now, but then why have we played queen d7?
I have bishop.
Oh, without
without
queen a4 altogether. Yeah, just right now. Maybe I throw in knight b3, knight c1, and I play queen a4 then. But I don't think a3 pawn just matters to white at all. We just castle short here and we start. Yeah. Even if rook a1 didn't exist, white very often just doesn't care about those outside pawns. e5, f5, pretend we give mate eventually.
Yeah, no, this looks pleasant for white. And Jordan, this I'm surprised by, because Anish, you're so used to him knowing everything about every line. Anish not playing one of the more principal lines here, which I would guess are knight c6, so c5, and taking time. Jordan, of course, knows him extremely well, but that's a bit of a gamble he took, and it seems to be paying off for him so far.
Yeah, and there's just some suggestion in chat that after queen a4 we can throw in e5, knight d7. But yeah, knight e5, knight d7 can happen at almost any time here. We kind of take this for granted a little bit. But maybe if white goes knight d2, maybe black can play e6, e5 here. Maybe there's a reason
to actually
not allow that at all. Yeah, just include e5. This also looks very risky for black.
This would scare us, but
yeah, long castle. I mean, short castle, long castle, and whatever, and just try to prevent white from expanding properly. But rook b1 before, yeah, I'm just not sure this is a good position for black. Doesn't look stellar. Doesn't look stellar, but yeah, including e5, knight d7 also unlikely to be a mistake. Just expanding in the center a little bit.
Magnus doing avant-garde stuff, h6 played. I mentioned h6 makes bishop e3 gain in strength a bit, but he goes h3 first, maybe waiting for more. Sort of commitments goes a4, which means you can no longer go knight a4, but with a pawn on a6, it's not much of a choice anyway. d6, now he goes bishop e3, takes bishop e6. Doesn't take.
Doesn't take, yeah, because those positions are incredibly level. Even if white gains a lot of space, like sometimes with the from the normal, quote unquote normal Giocopiano these days, with the knight on c3 and the pawn on, sorry, the knight on d2 and the pawn on c3, white can get like c3, b4, d4, all of those moves, and even those positions are barely better for white. This setup doesn't really look like anything at all. But b3 is a thing they do a lot in the Italian these days, in all kinds of positions. Somewhat weirdly, they even do this when the bishop isn't attacked yet. I've done that myself without any success.
Black has a choice of structures, I would guess. You can obviously do nothing. You can play d5 at some point, or you can take, which I would guess is the least tempting, unless there's a direct follow-up here. White controls a lot of squares.
Yeah, this setup I don't like for black. It's either just ignore it altogether, I just go castles, knight e7, knight g6, and start preparing for c6 and d5. Or you can play d6, d5 straight away, probably after castling, but maybe even immediately. In fact, if you play it immediately, maybe you preserve the option of castling queenside, which I don't know if it's very valuable, but yeah, or that, yeah, knight e7, knight g6, also unlikely to be a mistake.
Ah, sorry, you said queen e7 first.
No, I meant if we go d5 straight away, if just go for it now. E d5, I guess knight takes. White normally takes with the bishop, I think, or goes queen d2. Yeah. My point was that maybe we actually wouldn't mind castling queenside here as black. Maybe I don't really have a strong opinion on this.
No, I guess Magnus, he's not going to argue this is winning, but it's a somewhat fresh construction against a good theoretician like Vidit, where you're not likely to be getting anywhere with main lines, and maybe he felt it's been enough Catalans for one tournament. He tries to.
He basically decided to give the
some new questions,
right? He realized, playing the Catalan every game is kind of killing off the competition and making the tournament result feel a bit of a given. So
we should mention here popular complaint that Magnus, in his quest to getting to 2900, now will only have 5 white games and 7 black games in the tournament, because he would face Dubov in the last round. Dubov obviously can't play, so 2900 getting harder and harder.
Yeah, that's a bit of a setback in that respect, considering, I mean, if we consider him a favorite over the draw in that game, I think on his current form in the second half of the tournament, we probably don't expect him to lose very many games with white, but whether he is favored to win over the draw in that game is a question we could debate. The game is just not going to happen, so it's an even more pointless debate than usual.
Yeah, usually it's better to be white than to be black for trying to win rating. No?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's.
Then again, we've also debated that his priority is very likely. Priority number 1, win tournaments. Priority number 2, get closer to 2900. So for a winning tournament, it's probably good to get a free point in the last round. I just can't do it.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very slow moving game where, yeah, I personally have always hated these structures for black because
Spanish torture.
Yeah, you never know exactly. You never know exactly how to, like, what to play for. Do you want to play a5? Sometimes the counterplay from black comes in the shape of playing a5, provoking a4, and then at least having potentially the open b file to trade pieces. But you create some weaknesses and you never really have any counterplay against the pawn on a4, at least not proper counterplay. if you allow c3, c4, and just switch the entirety of the game to the king side, I think practice shows, and I think Shirov won some very, very nice games on the white side of that in the actual classical Spanish, that you don't often survive, despite, you know exactly what will happen to you on the king side, but you just kind of lack the means of stopping it. White will eventually push a 4 and things start opening up, and sort of lack of breathing space for black makes it very difficult to organize proper defense on the king side. Yeah, I've always tried to avoid this whenever possible.
Yeah, these positions, they're not much fun if you check them with computers, and there's, I guess, those are a reason why nowadays the Spanish lines that are topical are either the Berlin, where this never happens, the Marshall, where, yeah, White has to go to quite some length, as happened in this game, to get something similar to it, or maybe the, whatever you want to call it, the Möller and the Open Spanish, to also avoid those, while the lines they played predominantly in the 70s and 80s are almost gone, huh? Like the C3 castles. I'm not sure the Breyer is gone, in fairness, and the Zaitsev, but they're not around, nowhere as much as they used to be.
Yeah, people still play them occasionally, but yeah, there's definitely a. And being one of those people, I very much understand why you normally shouldn't be doing that. I just kind of, I feel like it's one of my better openings, and I understand it reasonably well. But even then, trying to actually equalize by force is against strong opposition at least, is a preferred solution. In the meantime, the London has actually disappeared. It is no longer a game.
Dude, not in the mood.
Dude, very much not in the mood, yeah.
That's out of character for Jan Krzysztof. So, not sure what's going on, but maybe, yeah. There's also things we don't know about, like with Dubov testing positively and so on. Obviously, he played him earlier in the tournament. I don't know. Maybe guys are getting a little rattled, or maybe just thought, well prepared, Mr. Shankland. I don't think I have anything here. Let's offer a draw. But it doesn't seem.
Yeah, him specifically, you don't see doing that very much. Yeah, this is like about as equal a position as you can get, I think, by move 10 with the white pieces. But still, you just. Yeah, I don't think I've
paper you're still maybe teeny tiny bit better, no? At least until the bishop is somewhere, but yeah, it's not much.
It's not much at all, and yeah, and honestly, once again, I hate the genre myself, but you have to say that with players around you, falling ill and the entire kind of atmosphere of daily testing and everything, it might probably be getting to players. It's I played 1 or 2 events like that, and the siege mentality does get to you at some point, and it might start influencing decisions. Because Jan Krzysztof definitely one of the more fighting players in top world chess right now, and I struggle to remember maybe even a second game like this by him with the white pieces at least.
It's usually possible to find some, but the important thing is to keep track of who does this as a habit and for whom it's exceptions. I don't think we can find anybody without quick draws, but yeah, some guys do it in a more organized fashion.
Yeah,
I certainly did. So we all know we're being hypocrites here. But
as long as we don't go for full-throated condemnation, I don't think we're particularly hypocritical. I know what my past looks like on this topic, or potentially even present. So yeah, I'm very much just an observer here. I'm not going to be expressing any kind of strong opinions. Yeah.
Speaking of just an observer, any strong opinions on this game? Typical 129 versus 123 balance, which is always will take some time, but also not that much time.
Probably, yeah, probably. Even though the position looks very sharp, but
yeah, a lot of these games have very sharp-looking positions.
Yes. Feels like the challengers might have to, pull some weight today.
Duda fan is saying, I've never seen Duda making such a draw with white. He better have a good explanation. Duda fan, will you change your nick to Sam fan if he doesn't have a good explanation?
No, I know I shouldn't get baited, but I think exactly because you haven't seen it very much before, maybe you can let this one slide.
Never.
That would be my argument. Like, if somebody
dangerous precedent.
Yeah, if somebody actually is very much sort of on the record for not doing this, and he does this once in a blue moon, maybe not announce a change of allegiance or demand transparency or what have you. Transparency is very important.
Follow the name changes from the Duda_fan account in the near future.
Lorinda with the correct take there says he is dead as a Duda to me. A bit harsh, but
Duda_fan already saying, I will forgive him graciously. There you go.
Nicely done, sir. Very important to point out that the things you're doing are done graciously. Because if you don't, maybe nobody will, and then, the gracious thing you've done has gone completely to waste and unnoticed. Can't have that.
We do not want that. Jordan, who's always doing things gracefully, has defended the pawn. He's not concerned about black playing e5.
Yeah, clearly.
And Anish with back-to-back opening issues. What's happening, Anish?
Hang on a second. What happened yesterday?
Huh?
Back-to-back opening issues. What happened? I'm trying to remember.
The opening against the dude in the last round.
Right. Yeah.
And this also looks fairly unpleasant. So Jordan, kudos for being a good, I guess, psychologist more than anything for choosing this 4a3 line.
Yeah, Chad is saying now Anish will have to look for a plan without castling. I think you can still reasonably safely castle queenside. In particular, if you get time to play c7, c5. I think c7, c5 kills off much of what white can do on the queen side. It's just that we've also allowed white quite a lot of play in the center and on the king side, and we haven't actually won anything. You would like to be a pawn up by this point with the amount of development you gave white sort of for free, but positions like this are not that bad.
Looks terrible to me.
Yeah, what looks e4, like white goes e5 here, or rook b1 and then e5. And,
e5, f5.
Yeah, that collection of things on the a file does not really look very promising if it doesn't lead to any material gains. Yeah, very much liking what Jordan got out of the opening here, and as a, I still have some emotional attachment to 4a3 Nimzo somehow. I feel happier, I think, than I have any right to be about this.
I think you have every right to take credit.
I wasn't taking
standing on the shoulders of giants here.
Yes, absolutely.
Vidit, in the meantime, has played pawn to d5 after mutual castling. He takes d, knight takes d5, and now it's up to Magnus. What piece he wants to keep doesn't look particularly scary for black, but it's one of these which are hard to understand.
You have to kind of... It looks fine, sort of whatever white does, but... I mean, fine for black, but sometimes they kind of... They manage to generate some creeping initiative on the king. Maybe you just don't even take on d5. I quite liked your queen g2, or maybe queen e1. I don't know which one is. which one is better, because queen e1 allows some knight b4 shenanigans, maybe. But I would like to head it towards the g3 square. Like in general, it's supposed to be on g3 sooner rather than later, but maybe there are some tactical reasons not to play queen e1. What's happening?
No, just reading up on Twitch chat. I thought chess players were smart people with a puke emoji, and then they reply, "Not really." it's always good stuff. Not quite sure what we're debating, but yeah, that's a good topic. Do you think chess players are smart people? Do you think chess players are smarter than others?
A fifth grader.
How do you measure it?
Are you
smarter than a 14-year-old?
Smarter than a fifth grader? Yeah, I don't know. I've never really been a particular proponent of that theory. I think chess players are probably about as smart as Gen Pop, and Gen Pop is, obviously very, very smart. This is where we use the "we smart" emote. I don't know if it's been enabled or no.
So you don't think smart people are more attracted to chess than non-smart people?
I think it's possible to make that argument, but I think, whenever you try making statements like this, it kind of backfires, because you can also find ways of arguing for the opposite. And like in my experience, there's no particular correlation between.
Also, how do we measure smarts? Is it like IQ or people skills or street smarts? Like what's
probably not people skills.
Definition of smarts? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to go with not the people skills. And on the subject of IQ, the IQ series by Joe Ide is highly recommended if you're looking for like modern, somewhat Sherlock Holmesian type crime stories. I'm currently
write that down. Is he smart?
He's called IQ. Isaiah Kintabe. Very, very decent books.
IQ?
Yeah. If you search for Joe Ide, and Ide is spelled IDE, simply 3 letters.
Joe IDE.
Yeah. IQ. Those are very good books, and that's my today's contribution on the topic of IQ, and I'm not going to provide any more contributions.
So IQ is not some John Cleese memoir or something.
No.
All right. Because he played Q in James Bond.
I like the modern Q quite a lot, actually. I think the modern Q is the Q for me.
That's my cue to switch back to chess. Pragnanda, Rook 88, played by Fabian Caruana. He's having a horrible tournament for his very lofty standards. And yeah, he talked about it a bit. The Wijk is long and full of terrors, that it's a lonely place. His coach had to go into quarantine. Fabi not having a blast.
No. And he's had some successes in Wijk earlier. I looked up the scores recently I didn't look them up. Somebody published them where I could see them. So now I'm more versed in the results of the Wijk tournaments over the past 10 years. And Fabian Magnus scored 10 out of 13. And at least in recent past, nobody else got there. 8.5 and 9 are like the normal winning outcomes for the last batch of the Wijk A's, Wijk Masters. So yeah, he's had some tremendous results in Wijk, but yeah, this year is not going to be one of them.
Yeah, he lost this game to Rapport with the white pieces in the previous round. This Rook b6 against Anish, where he missed. Knight could capture Rook. I mean, everyone blunders, but that's still one of the more shocking blunders I've seen from Fabi.
Yeah, there are some very famous examples of that, but I think they are famous exactly for that reason. It just doesn't happen very much. Like there's this, who was Petrosian playing in that game? Where he just left the queen on d6, Black played knight f5, and he just left the queen on d6 and it got taken for nothing. It wasn't even for like some kind of a King's Indian where he completely outplayed his opposition and then just left the queen on prise. I think it was Bronstein, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, that game is sort of...
Chat says Bronstein. Chat knows.
Chat generally knows, yeah. That game is very famous precisely because from a certain level up, you just don't see those types of mistakes.
Yeah. And to leave a queen on prise, to me, I'm not sure, it's not a competition, but to me, to move one of these heavy pieces to a square where they're captured, it's even more shocking in a way than to leave it there.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Because yes, specifically in that game, in the Petrosian Bronstein game, he was so completely dominant that maybe like the idea that any of his pieces could be hanging was just non-obvious because Black really had no counterplay for the last 20 moves. And in the Caruana Giri game, Black definitely did have counterplay. So I don't think he could have been lulled in a false sense of security there. It's just some kind of a really weird brain fart, which, I mean, they do happen, but not often and not of this proportion, of these proportions.
All right, Anish has played pawn to e5, maybe. For a lack of better options.
Yeah, probably not.
If I understood chat correctly, computers preferred or chat preferred, not the same thing, obviously. Apologies.
As I
include this, yeah, e5 and.
As I understood what Chad was saying, he was saying that both are quite strong. So I don't know if there shouldn't be a large difference, but both were giving White an advantage.
Fair, because this looks nice as well.
Yeah, this absolutely looks very nice because there's still no clear counterplay. We did stop by playing e6, e5. We did stop the expansion here for the time being, but nothing is really dropping off for White. Rook b1, b4 is definitely going to be in the air. I'm guessing you kind of have to follow through with c7, c5 if you're to make this work. But then your king, like there are so many pieces on the queen side that if you keep the king on e8, it will probably just get mated somehow. And it's now awkward to even try castling queen side because if
let's just briefly go here. This game will end with DC, queen e7, knight c6, queen e7, knight e5, queen e7. Good stuff, guys.
Well played, guys.
If you're interested in the history of classical tournament games between Karyakin and Mamedyarov, knock yourself out. Have a look.
Yeah.
It's also impressive timing, like if this were to happen, to do it right the next game after the say no to 2900, draw Magnus, and the aftermath of him pointing out other people have made short draws before. Like, yeah, it's entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, arguably it's more entertaining than the actual game. So you got to respect the hustle.
Can't knock the hustle.
Huh?
Can't knock the hustle.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's there's definitely some kind of a twisted sense of humor in play. Or possibly they're just good friends.
Is there a twisted sense of humor? I'm always curious.
No, not really, no.
Well, what's he gonna tweet? That's really the main.
I think there will be no tweets today. I'm betting on no tweets today.
But if someone tweets something mean, he has to defend himself.
He actually he doesn't have to defend himself. This was what was the confusing thing about the previous one. I didn't even mind the tweet all that much. I did mind then engaging in a discussion with Emil, for instance. That is completely unnecessary.
I didn't engage in a discussion. He just pointed out, when you were 14, you were better at chess than me. It's not exactly a discussion. No, when I was 14, you were better.
Fair. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's all very arbitrary, obviously, but yeah, I mean, it's
I'm here for all of it.
Absolutely, yeah, and so am I. Quite
It's
obviously. You can see me being.
It's not an easy decision. Like
draw Shahriar, say no to 2800.
Yeah, I mean, to 2750, Sergey.
Yeah. Maybe he could just find a new thing to say no to in every game he draws or something. I don't know. Just embark on the longest running gag in the history of chess. Like,
I'm sure he has some things he says yes to these days as well.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah, if you're wondering why we haven't covered that game, we will very sincerely apologize if that game, or I will, if that game will still be going in an hour and have a different result than draw. We haven't covered this game much. Richard Rapport against Daniil Dubov, because Daniil has tested positive for COVID-19 after he earlier had a negative PCR test result. Coming back now, he's tested positive and therefore had to withdraw from the tournament, which means that Rapport picks up a free point, and also that Magnus Carlsen will pick up a free point in the last round when he would face Daniil with white. So obviously for the tournament situation, bit unfortunate. You could argue that all three leaders will have a free point against Daniil, Rapport, Magnus, and Anish. So it might not affect that much, but it's always unfortunate, of course, if someone has to drop out with 3 rounds to go and the results against the players that have played instead. Peter, you as a Russian, you must know this. No, I can't even go there. No. Jordan has played short castles.
Yeah, short castles is obviously the move to make here. White needs to get the king to safety, bring the rook into play. But the interesting question is, how is Anish supposed to finish development here, and what he thinks about his prospects. Pretty sure
short castle looks insane still. You probably just get mated somehow, no? Like,
yeah, I think if rook f6 happens kind of automatically, and then you start thinking, and you probably won't even have to think for very long. Like knight f1 or like knight f1, g3, h5 to keep the queen open or whatever. It looks losing. It might not be losing by force, but it definitely looks losing. So yeah, I think this we can very heavily discount. The moves you can't discount so far are, I guess, long castles immediately, which I think currently is playable, because taking twice on e5, if it doesn't win the game for white, is definitely something white does not want to be doing. And I don't think it wins because of knight g7, and rook f7, knight e5 is just bad for white. Meaning that we
pretty structured.
Yeah, meaning that we can castle queenside if we want. And also maybe the immediate c5, but playing the immediate c5 with the king steal on e8 feels to me like an invitation to get mated somehow. I don't know how, but it definitely feels like an invitation for bad things to happen to you. Maybe even the same position than e6 or whatever. You just run tremendous
shaky.
risks. Yeah, you start running the amount of risks which I think are quite unacceptable.
Looks matey, doesn't it? I can't see it as usual, but it does look bad. Rook f7, something. So we expect him to castle queenside. Looks But doesn't solve Black's problems, right? I play rook b1 and it's still not obvious what goes where.
Yeah, it's just unclear how Black is supposed to generate counterplay. I guess you do play like rook h8 and you kind of pass. You wait for rook b4 to happen, you bring the queen back. Eventually, I think you do probably have to play c7, c5. I don't know. It's a strange one. It's a strange one because I think optically White looks like they must be much better, but it's also not that easy to actually create a single thread.
Yeah. Chat, does anybody have a database of just classical games? I'd be very curious about the last 10 games. Mamedyarov, Karjakin, and Karjakin, Mamedyarov. Outcome, average number of moves, average number of games ending in a move repetition or a perpetual after excellent play from both sides. So if anybody has stats, I'd be very curious. Here, yeah, as mentioned, will be this.
Mm-hmm. By the way, look at what Yesipenko did.
Wow.
Young man is also not a fan of defending passively.
Like Spassky.
Very much not a fan of defending passively, I would say. This normally doesn't work. I want to say this, dude, I think it looks kind of attractive, even though I think it looks much more attractive when you're playing the Zaitsev and the bishop is on b7. With the bishop on d7, it doesn't even look that attractive, I want to say. But White normally has good ways of weathering the storm in these positions, and it kind of never ends up being enough. But it's a very, very good indication of where he thought this game was going and how he felt about it. He just hated it with a vengeance.
Yeah, that's understandable. I'm trying to recall, in this Fischer-Spassky match, there was a sacrifice like this for 2 pawns, like in the 92 one, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely.
Kamsky played 1 or 2 of those in the Briar, and I think in some classical games you would see this. Usually computers would hate this. Here doesn't look too bad, does it?
I mean, it never looks bad, but you're still a piece down, and you're not really launching any kind of an attack. And specifically in this position, after knight takes d5, I think I just go c4 and knight c3, and I claim that I have more pieces. Like knight b4, knight c3, and like why am I supposed to?
So it's just an illusion because it looks pretty. You have all these pawns and the structure and so on, but the numbers aren't in your favor. If we go e4 here, what happens? We might lose after some.
Yeah, I didn't want to commit this early, but maybe this is better. Maybe this is a more interesting version of the same.
Symphonic Night classical games.
Yeah, I like this better. I like asking for a square early. I mean, I can still go knight fd2. I'm pretty sure you're not planning to go f4. It locks out my other knight, and importantly now c4 might invite bishop f6. Yeah, exactly. So
takes first, who knows?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what happens here.
I think we ignore it. Yeah, I think we ignore it like this, and we hope that we get to, I don't know, take on e3 and play d6, d5 or something. And if that happens, then I will definitely start looking at this with much enthusiasm for Black's prospects. But yeah, I don't know. And obviously, I very much prefer this as the observer of that game, because it's much more fun to talk about these positions than the ever so slightly worse, completely closed Spanish I was preparing to comment on. Neil's still thinking, is there an argument maybe for playing c3, c4 in the current position? I think there's definitely an argument. I don't know if it's a good argument in knight fg2. But black, I guess, goes like bishop f5, knight d7, knight f6, and it's not that horrible, right? The knight on b6 actually does get included in the game very soon. If it was on a worse square, like if it was on b7, which it sometimes is in these types of positions, it would be, I think, a very strong option for white. But here the knight comes back into the game quickly enough for black not to have to worry too much, at least. Okay, and Giri actually lost. So not lost. People asking if he's lost or not, but he castled kingside.
That's very, very daring.
This is kind of shocking to me. Yeah, you have to be so sure you aren't just getting mated here. It's honestly kind of a stunning decision.
Even if Fe and Rook F6 doesn't work, you just have no defenders there. No, I mean, getting married also, but mated midterm is very scary here.
Okay, can we try to calculate this? I know I know neither of us wants to, but maybe we kind of have to. So let's go. FED.
You wanna?
F. I would like to play bishop h6 as early as possible. And the reason I was suggesting knight f1 is that I want to preserve the option of queen g4 check while also creating a threat of bishop h6. I think you probably have to go king h8 here.
Eventually, we have to get out the way.
Yeah, and now queen f3, queen c6.
But I have some d5, c5 business.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if that is still actually just winning for white. Queen f
here,
maybe even queen f2. Yeah, queen f2 also looks smart. Queen c6, d5. Aren't you just lost?
It looks pretty decent because this. I have b5.
There's bit c5. Yeah, there's bit c5.
We idiots.
Oh, that survives then. Okay. That survives. So knight f1, king h8. But on the other hand, if we don't win straight away and black gets to play rook g8, rook g6, give me a sec. If in this position we can't actually get to the pawn on f6 and black gets to play rook g8, rook g6, the position does become very, very unclear. So engine says queen f2 before knight f1. Okay, so the issue with that for me would be exactly the same as the issue with the previous line. I don't understand how queen c6 is losing. Okay, I think there's somebody in charge of that mouse there, so I shouldn't try to move it.
Yeah, sorry, I just muted myself and switched off the video, so you wouldn't have to enjoy my sneezing. I can still move the mouse. What do you want to put on the board?
I was analyzing, and then I obviously immediately stopped analyzing when chat started suggesting moves, because those moves are better than anything that we can suggest.
It says queen f2.
Yeah, but I still don't understand why queen 6 is losing, which is kind of confusing me. I guess maybe now we can go more aggressively with the knight, but I don't know what other difference is there. Like maybe knight f3 now is stronger than the previous position, but I don't really understand why. Yeah, it's one of those positions where you start off thinking you must be winning somehow, but the longer you calculate and the longer you don't see how exactly, the more you how
do you win, chat?
Yeah, come on, chat. Tell us how we win here.
I don't have that kind of patience. A4, we win.
Oh, we don't actually win. We just kind of claim that we're much better, and we don't have to win by force. Just a
150 is pretty good. Dropping 140.
No, the major point is that white doesn't give mate. White just gets the knight to f5 in due course and completely by that point no longer really cares that an exchange has been given up. This might be a good bluff by Anish, though, because if this is the way to go in this position, it's not easy to settle on. And in particular, if none of the really forcing variations work out, like if you can't make knight f1 work instead of a4, or any kind of an immediate attempt to win, then it really might be a very decent bluff. Because, yeah, some position like this, and we go, I don't know, queen 6 or rook g8 first. Yeah, machine doesn't like rook g8, but yeah, I wouldn't say black is doing
acceptable for black.
Yeah.
Somewhat surprising.
Yeah. I mean, it still looks ugly, but it's definitely a game, and it's a kind of a position where you definitely win sometimes out of 10 with black, because yeah, you have more pieces for a very simple reason that you have more of those rook type things. Yeah, very curious by Anish, and also he's done it quite quickly, so he clearly was maybe planning to castle short there when he was playing e5. I would be so scared to do that as black.
Also, it is bad. Like, so you weren't wrong. Computer does not improve, but it's not obvious.
Yeah, but can we check for a second? Is there a better move? Like if you don't play short castle by yeah.
Castles must be better. Yeah,
a bit.
Not in love with black's position.
Yeah, a bit.
This is obviously checking with the engine. I'll switch it off in a second. Which is the truth gives something like this and says white is better, but we still playing. Which seems fair, actually.
Yeah.
So now Jordan, who still has 125 on the clock, will start taking some time. Chat detectives are wondering about Dubov's vaccination status. If this helps you, chat detectives, I did spend the month of November in Thailand with him, so you can research if he could have gotten in there with what vaccination statuses.
Oh, looks like you won't have to apologize, or at least you won't have to apologize on that particular point. That other game next to the one we're discussing appears to have ended.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, your prediction powers are stronger than usual today.
Usually pretty good.
It is true, yeah, but today you're
on Kayak Mount Yarvgate. Yeah, it is an interesting choice, like to do this today, like. Maybe it's just if it ain't broke, why fix it, or why not fix it?
Yeah, we do have very, very sharp positions in sort of on most of the other boards, though. So might not be.
I'm waiting for Sergei's tweet.
Yeah, let me actually keep the tab open for that and see if we get any breaking developments. None so far, but the night is young, clearly. So.
Wow, chat detectives still on it. All right, chat detectives, let's continue. 14 days of quarantine. When did the European Team Championship end? When did the World Championship match start? Plot thickens.
Yeah. I like how you lead them on. The detectorists Another must-see TV series, by the way, for those unaware.
What's that?
I'm not even kidding.
No, I didn't hear the title.
The Detectorists. It's a British TV series about very important, not metal detectors. Metal detector is a gadget. People who operate them are the detectorists.
Are these people walking up and down the beach looking for some?
Well, it's a British TV series, so there's not very many beaches, but yeah.
Sometimes
it's excellent.
Beaches, like in British TV series.
Yes, but generally speaking, it's more like, rolling meadows and things of that nature.
I never got the appeal. What's the point of these metal detectors? You try to find valuable stuff or dangerous stuff, or what's in it?
Much gold.
Gold. Ah.
Well, the guys in the show, they are searching for a very, not exclusively, but they are searching for very particular treasure. At some point, at least.
Gold diggers.
Yeah. But also, like their colleagues in my country are generally, I think, people search for somewhat more stupidly and inexcusably search for like undetonated armaments from like some of the past wars and things. Yeah, this has ended badly in the history of human endeavors. It has been known to end badly, but the TV show is not about looking for unexploded bombs.
Huh. But is it fictional or are those real people?
Fictional.
Ragnar against Karana.
Yeah, things are not moving very fast somehow. White is still not pushing for e4, and black for some reason retreated from... Yeah, Fabi played bishop before and then went back to d6 unprompted.
I've seen similar stuff in positions like this. Once you made all the useful moves, rook e8, rook d8, h6, you're really running out of stuff to do. So I've seen like random repetitions with this bishop moving back and forth on this diagonal. Question is, can white...
I'm guessing with the
h3, I would guess we go back actually.
Really? Okay.
Maybe he wants e5 or something constructive. But...
Yeah, I wonder about e5, but e5... Oh, actually, with the pieces where they are, maybe e5 becomes much more interesting because knight b5 can be met by e4. CD5 maybe can be met by e4 already, actually. Although d takes c6 is... dc is playable here, so maybe not, yeah.
Once again.
Some of these positions get very, very sharp.
Calculating power. Yeah. I don't know. Mess.
Yeah, very much a mess. I just wanted to say that if white pushes e3, e4, and the reason white hasn't pushed e3, e4 is normally because they take, go f5 and c5, right? Like in the current position, for instance.
When we what? c5, c4?
If white actually pushes e4 here, I think the reason they normally don't is we take twice, go f5 and c5. And that is...
Sure, Josef Dorfman would argue for bishop takes e4 here.
Yeah, I think it's a solid argument. I've been wondering about that, yeah. And no matter what you take with, I will play f5 and hope to play c5 next move. And that setup is supposedly quite solid. Even though, like in this particular position, let's say I play queen, I don't know, c2 or d3, c2 probably. c5, d5. Isn't that a problem for black with the way pieces are?
Yeah.
Aren't you kind of getting mated if you take?
Yeah, this just looks bad.
Okay, we'll see. And yeah, Niels, after some thought, actually refuses to keep the extra piece, which is quite interesting.
Can you count, Niels? It's bishop. That might be a smart, practical decision.
Yeah,
keeping his
I don't hate it at all.
Without any risk and so on.
Don't hate it at all, but it's still curious that he chooses not to engage because I think it's solid, but I also think it makes black's life quite a bit easier.
Andre takes, not interesting. Closing down the whole queen side probably makes a lot of sense.
I'm somewhat interested in why that needed to be done so early, though. Why couldn't you just keep it in your back pocket for now? I guess after, let's say, bishop f5, knight c3, if you continue ignoring it, you are really inviting white to take cb5 and then take on b5 instead of e4. So he just chose. Okay, that was the other explanation. Yeah. Knight a4, knight e4, and do we play rook b8 or do we play bishop f5?
No, this looks normal.
Yeah, maybe we actually get to land the rook on b2 and then continue from there.
Computer not in love with the black position, which looks decent. Computer, explain yourself.
Just doesn't like it.
Just
as
hates
we
it.
will stabilize. Ja.
Nee. Wer ist da? Ist Mama noch da oder ist Oma schon da?
Ja, Oma.
Ja, dann kann Oma entscheiden. Kannst fragen. Ja? Aber ich finde es besser, wenn du was anderes guckst. Kannst du die Garde der Löwen gucken oder so?
Oh, ich habe doch schon meine Freunde geguckt.
Ja, Paw Patrol ist so hektisch. Aber du magst doch Garde der Löwen.
Ja, aber ich habe schon alle geguckt.
Oder Bluey? Du kannst auch mehrere Bluey-Folgen gucken.
Aber jetzt bin ich mal mit einer neuen Serie an. Dann mit Hunden.
Mit Hunden, die vielleicht Captain Tollpatsch retten.
Oh.
Bluey ist auch mit Hunden.
Rettungseinsatz haben und einen riesigen Wurf und mit einem Namen, der ein Mensch ist und heißt Ryder. Und so ist es bei Paw Patrol. Und die alle Autos haben. Und die Autos haben genau die gleiche Farbe wie die Anzüge von den Hunden. Und so ist das alles, das ich erzählt habe bei Paw Patrol.
Da muss in der Serie auch einen Hund geben, der Chase heißt und der Geheimspion ist. Kannst du auch mal fragen. Wir verhandeln das. Apologies, some negotiation about TV shows. My daughter shall or shall not watch. As usual, I lost the argument.
Yeah, and important topics being raised in chat. Zixo is saying, can I recommend Encanto? Which I suspect you have seen by this point, right?
Encounter?
Encanto, no, the latest.
Encanto I've seen, yeah, for sure.
Is it good?
It's good, yeah.
It inspired some very strong opinions on Twitter, apparently.
Oh.
Who would have
Strong
thought
opinions on Twitter? What's going on? What does Twitter come to?
No, some people who are potentially not very bright took offense at some of the women in the story not being weak, and perhaps even portrayed as not weak.
They took offense to that.
Yeah, that they were not fans of that idea. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, one is very physically strong. She can like carry multiple donkeys and throw them around. Hey, Jonas. Yeah, sorry, my kids announcing their arrival from kindergarten.
That is the correct procedure. And in the meantime, as someone pointed out in our Twitch chat, that Peter Heino Nielsen has been on the Twitter, and Peter Heino Nielsen apparently chose to tweet the final position from the Mamijarov Karakin game, with the only comment being at Emil Sutovsky.
That's weak. He tweeted it.
He's just
after the game was over. He should at least announce it like us way before the game finished.
No, that was after the game was over, and
weak.
He's just straight up instigating by this point.
Peter, he would never do this. Also, at Emil Sutovsky. Sutovsky must have him blocked. No,
I don't think he has. I think Emil has a.
Yeah, that's true. They bicker.
Yeah, there's a lot of bickering going on in general, and Emil generally is, I think, much.
Sorry, 1 second.
He's using the block button much more sparingly than some other people one might name. Okay, give me the wheel. Okay. Let me get rid of the wheel.
Craxley is saying, can we please keep the stream Encanto spoiler free? Might be too late, no? Now that we learned about the non-weakness?
Yes.
But we shall try from here on. It's recommended. Good stuff. Songs by Lin-Manuel Miranda. Beautiful world. All that stuff.
Mm.
Mm.
And Andre, as expected, goes rook a b8, and I think we briefly checked with the compy, and compy just says we go knight bg2, we stabilize, and we're kind of better sort of everywhere. And I suspect maybe if you look for proactive things to do with white, if the knight stays on a4 and doesn't get traded for anything, f2, f4 might become a very strong plan, right? You just go for like a break in the center and then some sort of an attack in the center and on the king side, using the fact that the knight on a4 is unimpressive and the pawn on d6 is a bit weak. But honestly, I'm a bit shocked at just how much compy hates this for black.
Yeah. Why I was investigating, then I got distracted by the big Paw Patrol debate.
Mm.
Why does compy hate it so much?
It just says it's kind of pointless. There is no, like, the rook can get to b2, but after knight bg2 it just does nothing there, and white I think can both trade it away if they want and also just play around it. I'm curious if compy would like bishop f5, knight d7, knight f6 better. The plan that we were advocating for when we were discussing the return of the piece earlier. Yeah, I think machine just goes bishop f5, knight d7.
Does this, yeah.
Yeah, and says it's
a machine.
Says it's fine for black. Yeah, I guess probably we're not giving up the pawn on b5, so make a waiting move or whatever. But yeah, that was my initial reaction as well. That the knight needs to be on the king side. It needs to challenge for the e4 square, and then we're not doing that poorly for black.
All right. So apparently, Yasipenko, some trouble now, according to computers, but a lot of chess to be played here.
Yeah, and Jordan, I think Jordan's choice, it's not necessary that he will take on f6 now, but I think the fact that he took on e5 is a kind of a heavy indicator that he probably will take on f6, because I think you could postpone taking on e5 for as long as you wanted. Black wasn't really going to take on either f4 or d4 themselves. That could become quite an interesting game. Well, I mean, it already is, but could become even sharper and more.
You spent like 50 minutes on FE, maybe a little less. Let me check. And my best guess is when he played that, he already made up his mind to go rook f6 next. So curious. Yeah, 60 minutes even on fe5. de5 blitzed out. Now, is he going to take it?
Yeah, I think you can still play slower. You can play something like rook b1 here, and well, probably you haven't really ruined very much or even anything in your position. But I think that the temptation to go rook takes f6 must be very, very strong. It just looks so correct. Like everything inside you must be screaming that it must work.
Chad is saying suddenly Niels is winning. That's a bit strong, but yeah, he does have a nice position apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And here, I can't recall anything. The best plan was this,
and then some quiet moves. I think a4 mainly with the intention of taking the d6 square away with bishop a3 and then going d5. Just sort of generally bringing pieces into play. But yeah, a4 being apparently by far the strongest move after queen f2, queen c6 doesn't really bode that well for Jordan, because I think it's a very, very hard move to make in a practical game. There's that famous position in Thinking Like a Grandmaster, another book which, generations of chess players were told is excellent, but I think I've encountered more than one person who is just straight up arguing it ruined their.
No one thinks like that, right? Sounds good, but it can't be done.
Yeah, I think
follow through, calculate them one by one. People think like flippers. Maybe this line, maybe this move in this other line. Then you jump back. So it doesn't quite work. But it's an interesting read, no? Like if you take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm very much team. No book can really spoil your chess upbringing if you realize that it's not gospel and just try to take the usable things in and discard the slightly less usable things. The big problem, of course, is trying to determine which ones are which.
Maybe don't read The Royal Game or Donner the King. Maybe could also spoil your chess upbringing.
Oof, that is possibly the only chess book in existence which has a blurb by yours truly. So I think, contractually obliged to defend the honor of.
No, I'm a big fan. I'm just saying I'm not sure it will reinforce your belief in the Royal Game.
Yeah.
Of that book.
But it is an excellent book.
And it has a quote by Peter Svidler on it saying, today I decided to give myself a little gift and bought myself the king. It is exactly as good as people say it is. Highly recommended.
How do you Google this fast? There's no way.
Google it. My hands are here. I know my Peter Svidler blurbs.
That's probably because there's only one of them, and you at some point did some research. But this is still very.
I have the book. It's right. It's written on there.
Yeah, it's very creepy. What you're. Yeah.
Do I have the book somewhere here? Let's have a look. Maybe I gave it to someone. Sometimes I give it to people to discourage them from a chess career.
Yeah, it could definitely work like that. That's actually a very kind of a normal experience, I think, in all types of human endeavor, but in particular the quote unquote creative fields of human activities where the effort you have to put into to try and succeed is very, very disproportionate to the chance of actually succeeding. That if you talk to people who have been on that journey, it's very likely that the first thing they will try to do is to discourage you from ever attempting it. Jan has his daughter holding cue cards just off cam with all of his Svidler facts, says 8-bit Andy.
Here. I felt I deserved a little present and bought myself the king. It is every bit as good as it is said to be. GM Peter Svidler, 4 times chess champion of Russia. Roffel, only 4 times. And there you go.
Well played, sir.
I didn't get it word by word, but I think the message had stuck to memory.
Yeah.
Who else has good things to say? Sarah Hurst is saying the most outrageous chess book money can buy. There you go. Big fan, the king. Maybe there are some chess moves in there, but it's not very chessy of a book. So you won't find too many games.
Donner obviously had some.
Yeah, some
extremely outdated. Like people now in chat explaining that, well, not really explaining, but like I guess making the argument that in 2022 Donner wouldn't have survived very long on social media before getting completely and utterly cancelled for some of his views, which is absolutely true. But I'm very much team. Not every single. Yeah, I'm very much team. Not every author I read must be absolutely up to date on all of his views and must be a truly excellent person in every single regard for the book to be any good.
So do you think the book should be edited for things that are problematic, or do you think we shouldn't edit books or art or literature from the past because they stand for their times.
Yeah, I generally wouldn't touch. So, I mean, I would normally, my opinion is we should trust the readers to be adult enough to form their own opinions.
That's how I feel.
Anyway, I think people were asking us for a white move in this position. I think, knowing Magnus, he is probably, after some thought, going to play bishop takes e6 and queen c4 here, right? Kind of feels like
Is that anything?
No, but I think there's just nothing in this position for white in general. I think Vidit reacted quite well, and he's just not worse. And I think
grab some space.
Yeah, maybe we'll start with b4. But I feel like getting the queens off might actually be beneficial for white in these types of positions. I do like the idea of playing b4 if it doesn't allow. Like, I'm a bit worried about allowing a 5f4 with all of our stuff on the queen side. But maybe b5 works just in time. Actually, kind of need to calculate, which I would very much prefer not to do. But
Folded Wood is asking, would you read a book by Mel Gibson? We've had this topic the other day. I'm very confused. Can we watch movies by Mel Gibson again? There are like all kinds of Mel Gibson movies coming out, no? Like, I'm not sure if there are any books. I would also argue that Donner's views on women's chess skills and Mel Gibson's views are sort of different animals, but
yeah,
I don't know. I've never personally read a Mel Gibson book.
I did recently watch a Mel Gibson movie, I think. It was
which one? The Professor, the
Fat Man.
Huh.
The one where Mel Gibson plays the killer Santa.
Not familiar.
And we discussed it, right? We
discussed it, but I haven't seen it. So.
Yeah. What's that? Walton Goggins, playing the
from the Shield.
The guy from the Shield, yeah.
And
playing a kind of a Mr. Tea Time kind of character for those of you who know who that is.
Jordan, keep thinking.
Yeah, that's an interesting sequence. FED and then an additional 20-minute tang.
Yeah, because, as mentioned, it felt like when he played FE, he would have decided on something. But also, Mr. Computer, as we also mentioned, does indicate that white is also better if he just plays a move like rook b1 here. So maybe his hand wanted rook f6, but now he's sitting there unable to find a win in some position like this. Potentially because there is no win.
Yeah. And looks like you really know your semi-Marans or anti-Marans or whichever way you want to call it, because the shuffle has begun.
There you go.
But it wasn't against h3. I would have been somewhat surprised, honestly, by bishop d6.
Yeah, it makes even more sense.
Against rook e1, you just know it's coming. Like, as Prague, you must know that you're inviting bishop b4, and you also probably don't have a smarter move here than rook d1 either, because the pin is very annoying.
And Fabi, the way things are going, usually I think he would look for a way to keep the game going, but he might also be punch drunk and just say, okay, I go back and forth. Check out my gravel pit.
Say what?
Just talking nonsense. What else do we have? F5, takes in queen c4, takes in b4. That's good to bring the rooks. Can't be winning for white, but Magnus, I think, will keep chipping away. b4 directly is mentioned by chat. That also works, yeah. That might be smarter even than taking first. There are questions what happened to Duda. We don't know if he's not feeling well or something, but what we do know is that the game was drawn after 10 moves. He didn't get anything out of the opening. Sam Shankland well prepared as usual, and Duda offered a draw here with CD5. I'm not sure if there's more story to it. I haven't checked Duda's very wholesome Twitter account yet. Let's do that.
Yeah, I only have the Sergey Twitter open. I should probably also have the Duda Twitter open.
No recent tweets. Or no tweets today, I should say.
Sam tweeted something.
That's also excellent.
Yeah. Not proud of what I did today, says Sam. Sadly, when you play black, you don't always have a choice. Still, this was not a good example to set.
Which one is it? He didn't have a choice, or it was not a good example?
We're in very combative mood today, aren't we?
No, that's a legit question to ask, no?
No, once again, I like being the boring old git that I am. I would argue that like the thing you're actually not forced to do there is tweet about it. But very controversial opinion, I know, but this seems to me like the least forced of all the things that happened in the game.
I don't think anybody would blame Sam for accepting the draw here in a position you can never ever win. And as he mentions, he is black.
Yeah.
But still, the statement, which one? So,
yeah. Nobody is ever blaming Sam for this decision. We've been over this a number of times during this tournament. It's always on white. Sam, you're really not supposed to go e takes d5 there just to make the position not equal, and then perhaps lose it in 40 moves. And if you take with any of the pieces, you legitimately have maybe not 0% winning chances, but close to. It's like it's never zero, as we all know.
That we do know.
Yeah, chances of getting killed by a cow, as I keep on sharing with everybody, are low but never zero. Yeah, look, bishop takes e6. One thing, the only thing left is for Magnus to actually play queen c4 here for no reason, and I will briefly be a happy bunny.
You will take a well-deserved victory lap.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But how easy is this position? We still go.
I quite like before. I think he will play before. I'm kind of decided on queen c4 not being a move, specifically because after black takes and goes like rook e8, it will become very difficult to push before. You can still maybe go a5 and like king to e2, c3, b4 very, very slowly, but it feels like nothing. And the immediate b4 actually creates something that might qualify as a threat, which is in short supply here for white. I very much like it better than my solution. We'll see.
Let's see what he does. Queen takes on the board.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Jordan actually did play rook b1, so I don't know whether he was planning to give up the exchange and then chose against it, or he thought opening the F file always useful, and then I will make a decision later. I mean, we like rook b1. Rook b1 is a sensible move. It's where this rook was always going, at least for the time being. So why not do it straight away?
All right, let's do a little tour through the games. Then maybe we're going to quick break. I'm hearing that we might potentially have some exciting guests today as well.
This could happen, yeah.
So Magnus Carlsen played this, not very sharp, but sort of still sounds weird to call this a fresh line, because I'm sure it's been played in the 1800s plenty. But in modern top-level chess, it's not that explored, because it's not considered to be that dangerous. And they have a complicated-ish position strategically, but Vidit reacted well. Should be roughly equal. We're now wondering if he will play b4, queen c4, something else. Jordan surprised everybody, or at least me, and I would guess Anish by playing 4a3. And Anish did not go for the main line, went for knight a5, bishop a6, and pawn to d6, after which Jordan, at least according to computers and also to the eye test and specialist Peter Svidler, got a nice position here. Decided not to sacrifice the exchange here, but play rook b1. Still is a nice position. A lot of drama ahead. And Yarov Kayakin ended in a draw by move repetition. Niels apparently is much better against Yesipenko.
Yeah, but it's one of those where, at least for me, it feels to me like we're only saying that because we've seen that he is. I think if we didn't know what the engine is screaming here, we would maybe say looks a bit better for white, but nothing spectacular, because black has the b file, has the bishops. Currently, white has no immediate even targets to play against. But yeah, machine really dislikes it for black. And once you've seen that, it's very difficult to unsee. And might be a bit of a nice little bit of comeback for Niels if he actually manages to get this done. But still plenty of play left. Like despite, whatever the engine says here, this is a very playable position. Evaluation kind of doesn't matter yet. This is not a kind of an advantage which you count as, technical conversion in process. White is just better.
Fabi
says no.
Wrong again. Decides not to repeat moves here, but continues the game by playing rook c8. It's a problem for black. If everything is already correctly positioned, you can reshuffle the rooks maybe to c8 and d8, but it's very hard to improve anything as long as pawn breaks don't work. Apologies, but it does look like Fabi is eager to prolong the game and not look for repetition.
Yeah, we've seen that from him over the years. I think this is a very recognizable little picture. Fabi wanting to continue to play chess instead of taking a repetition in a position with 32 pieces on the board. He's not better, but he just doesn't like the idea of not playing things out.
Yeah. Here in Duda, Sam Shankland, well prepared, equalized. Duda offered a draw after 10 moves, which, is not what Duda usually does, so we were a bit curious if there were other factors leading into it. Sam Shankland tweeted about it, which is great news. Informing people that he was not thrilled about it, but sometimes with black, you don't have a choice. And Peter Svidler was right yet again about bishop e6 and queen c4. Congratulations, sir.
May I congratulate you, sir? Oh, what an honor. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised this happened. By this point, I was very much team b3, b4 instead of this. But
we should mention that one game never started. Daniil Dubov was, from what we heard, tested positive for COVID-19 and therefore cannot continue the tournament. Had to forfeit today and will also forfeit the remaining 2 games against Praggnanandhaa and world champion Magnus Carlsen, which is, of course, a pity. We hope Daniil's doing okay, and we'll be back with all of the action, all of the drama from Wijk, where it's the anti-penultimate round. See you soon.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the Tata Steel Masters. 3 rounds to go. And Peter Svidler, we are no longer alone. We have the best guest
world
you could possibly think of in this scenario. Daniel Dubov, welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
How are you feeling, Daniel?
Well, good enough. Yeah, I mean, if I wouldn't have tested positive, I would be ready to play. But you guys are the only people who can sort of talk to me even when I'm positive. Yes.
I don't know. I
That's
started
why.
coughing. I've been suspecting Peter for some days, but I don't think that's how Zoom works.
I am.
So oof, there's so much to talk about. What's been happening with you? You play the tournament, everything is going on quote unquote normally, and then this story against Anish happened.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if you are interested, nothing really changed in Wijk. Like, it's up to you to consider it like positive or negative thing, but nothing really changed here. Yeah, with the lockdown, the place is even more, special, I would say. Yeah. Anyway, like I knew. I knew what I'm going to do, but it's from the very start it felt actually a bit weird, because like I was supposed to play last year, and then at the very last moment I had to cancel, and then I made a promise that okay, if I will manage, I will play next year if you will still want me, guys, and they said yes. And then now it felt really kind of weird. Yeah, otherwise I would prefer not to play. Clearly I have this Berlin coming, also we have Omicron. Basically, if you have a brain, it's kind of clear that you can get infected anywhere, and if you have this Grand Prix coming, which is very important, it's better to not to take risks. But okay, like I promised, I decided to play whatever. Then it went by by the worst possible scenario, because like first one of the people from my team got infected, so we had to spend like a lot of time, nerves and stuff to find a solution how to arrange the isolation and so on. But I was still negative. There, still they said against Anish I have to play in the mask, which I thought was a bit like strange, because I've warned them many times that this is my only sort of strong position, that I'm not going to play in the mask. I think there are 2 reasons for it. Like, first of all, after all, it's like professional sport where playing these rated games, and it's not that you like gain all this rating and stuff to basically, to end up playing in some suboptimal conditions, I would say. And secondly, what I honestly don't get, you can call me an idiot and whatever, but I still think I actually I did a good thing to Anish as well, because what I don't really get is that the way I see COVID, like you cannot really say me have COVID. Like it's either you have it or not. Basically, if you don't have it, I think it's fine that you play without a mask. If you have it, like, do you really think like it's good enough protection for, I don't know, let's say a 7-hour game to only play in a mask? I'm not sure, actually. Like,
we have many trained virologists in the chat. I'm sure they will be able to fill in there. But just to be clear, I've seen you wearing a mask quite a bit. It's a difference wearing one when you go from A to B than playing a 6-hour game in a mask. Yeah, like.
No, it's not that I'm like exactly. It's not that I hate masks. My point is that basically when you need to wear it over the board, it basically becomes kind of impossible to play. So, the legend of me being anti-vaxxer or whatever, it's not exactly true. Yeah, I was wearing a mask on my way, like from the board to the toilet, for instance. and everybody was required to do so, and this was fine. But at least over the board, I think you should be allowed to play without a mask, or you just don't play. This is my point. Like, if you think I'm that sort of close to be infected that I need to wear a mask, then I think it's better for everybody that I don't play. It's better, like for me, it's better for my opponents as well. And yeah, I mean, I didn't see anything. I mean, I didn't think it's like claiming a war or something. Yeah, I thought it's better for everybody, and that's. I feel like that's what they thought too. Like, if the guy can be actually infected, it's probably better if he skips the game. I mean, instead of playing this game in a mask. So yes, this was kind of fine. I mean, also clearly I wouldn't mind playing the game on the free day, but for some reason this was impossible. Like, I don't know if it was Anish or it was something else. I honestly don't know, and I honestly don't care. But yeah, I mean, I thought, okay, I'll skip one game. Also, it was a game with black pieces. Yeah, I mean, why not avoid it? I mean, I probably lost what's Anish. I mean, I lost some like EV of 0.7 evo point, but whatever. Yeah, then I continued playing, and then I tested positive. But the strange part is that we had to. I mean, I think I can tell you about this. It's not a secret. As far as I know, I mean, each player has to do the self-test before the round. And I mean, obviously, I kept doing them, and they were always negative. And then it was yesterday when I did the. I mean, I had to go for PCR in the morning, so I went. I went for PCR. As a result, had to come in the afternoon, but it came like way later. Then I did the self-test. It was negative again, and then, like almost at night, they called me and said, "Congratulations, you're positive." Yeah, this is how it works. Yeah, I'm probably not the man to really kind of. You don't need to feel sorry. Yeah, I mean, I respect Sergey a lot, but I'm not kind of person who can say like I love being here. I'm very happy here, and then to make the short draws. Yeah, so I mean, I'll tell you the truth clearly. I was not exactly enjoying the tournament here, but I mean, it's not that I'm that much. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I mean, there are some upsides as well. Like, I will not pretend I'm very, very disappointed, and like, I wanted to play today, I wanted to play tomorrow. I mean, I wanted to play all the games in the world, and Wijk is my favorite place in the world, and so on and so on. And this is not exactly the case. Still, it's clearly unpleasant. What I still don't get is basically why. Like, I'm probably a bit too harsh on it, but. Like, in my opinion, it would be reasonable if we only do PCRs. If you test negative, you can just play the way you want, like with a mask, without mask, whatever. And if you don't, I mean, if you don't test negative, then you just don't play. This is my take. Yeah, I mean, I cannot force it or something, but I mean, to do the quick test and say it just works, and then let's wait for PCR and you can play wearing a mask for the moment is, I think, a bit strange in terms of logic. But again, I'm not insisting. Yeah, I mean, I was not really arguing the reactions before they wanted me to play in the mask, and also the way I see it, it's not that they really wanted me to play in the mask, but they could not really allow me to do the opposite because of some new government rules or whatever. So yeah, this is the story. Like, I'm really worried about not making it to Berlin now. Which starts in about a week, but for the moment I feel like, I mean, they say I'm kind of favorite to be in time, but yeah, I need
plan
this.
You just stay in the Netherlands and wait till you test negative and then go to Berlin, or how do you approach it? Like,
it really depends, actually. Like, first of all, I did this PCR a few hours ago. I actually don't know what happens if it's negative. Yeah, maybe yesterday was just a mistake. Maybe I'm fine. Maybe I'll just play with white tomorrow and then I'll test positive again. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I honestly don't know. Yeah, but the plan A was basically, yes, to wait for the negative test and then to go to Berlin.
But there is no like set amount of days of quarantine you need to spend in the Netherlands after the first positive test.
I'm not sure. Once again, the way I understood, it has to be like 5 or 7 days since you felt the first symptoms. Then I don't know. I mean, I still feel great, but if you look at my games against Jordan and Grandelius, it's very symptomatic, no?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it really depends on the way on where you start counting, and it seems to be a very flexible thing. I mean, I will not pretend I sort of learned all the details, but it seems to be very flexible, actually. So the main thing you need is to test negative, and then it feels like you can basically, I don't know, find ways. What they say is that it normally shouldn't take more than a week, and then if it's exactly a week, I think I'm in time. But again, we'll see.
Yeah, it's kind of touch and go because your first round is on the 4th, and it's if there's any kind of a set number of days you need to spend after the first positive test, it becomes kind of tricky. But obviously, like if you don't know the exact regulations, I have never even seen the beginning of the exact regulations, so I have no idea.
I mean, at least the Grand Prix team were one of the first people to hear about this result from me, and the negotiating felt inspiring, I would say. Like, I cannot share all the details, but yeah, I mean, it feels like I will manage.
Okay.
Yeah, but this clearly requires me, recovering in a speedy way. Yeah, which I mean, I don't know how to do, but I mean, it's even weird when you don't even feel the problem. Yeah, when you feel shaky, I mean, at least you want this to go away. Yeah, but when you don't, you don't really know what you're waiting for, sort of. Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah.
You probably don't know yourself. Would there be a way, if you don't clear in time, that you play the 2nd and 3rd Grand Prix because everyone plays 2 out of 3 instead of the first? Is that an option at all?
Well, I think it requires someone to play the first tournament instead of which will probably never happen. But yeah, again, I mean, at least the Grand Prix is arranged by the people I know, and in general, they have always been reasonable in negotiating. Yes, so I think if there is a way, we will find it. If there will be no ways, then tough luck. Yeah, there is not much to do about it. But the upside, okay, I mean, I don't want to pretend. I mean, the fact that I don't need to play today is clearly an upside.
Yeah, I understand nobody really wants to do that because I mean, we have you here and you are, spitting straight fire here. But shall we discuss the positions a little bit?
Yeah, that would be very nice.
What do you think about the Nimzo is probably the most exciting game of the round, and I wonder if you have strong opinions on what's going on right now, and I don't know the game in general.
No, I don't know. I mean, a few minutes before I joined the Zoom conference, I checked it on Chessbomb, and it was screaming white is like much better. But yeah, they played few more moves, so now I don't know. It still looks very.
Yeah, it continues looking quite nice for white, but
yeah, but I don't know to what extent, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would definitely take white here, but if white is winning or not, I don't know. He probably is, yeah, actually. You go like knight e3, bishop e2, rook f1, bishop e1, bishop h4. Then you have all the pieces placed nicely and you attack, and then black has these weird pieces at the queen side.
Yeah, and you might actually want to play h4, h5 just to stop the rook from even arriving on g6, but that takes 2 tempi, so I don't know how urgent that is. But it might be a good idea.
Yeah, also in terms of logic, you can wait for rook g6 and then go h4, h5. There is no stopping you, yeah. But it feels like basically white will bring everybody to the king side, black will bring everybody to the king side, and then black will end up missing this knight on a5 strongly. and white will just have more pieces in the attack. So we can just play moves, yeah, like bishop c8, let's say bishop d2. So what do we play here? I don't know, maybe rook g8, rook f1, rook g6. And then, like, I don't know, h4 or bishop e1, but let's say bishop e1, bishop d7, bishop h4. And yeah, your knight is supposed to be like on, I don't know, d6 in this position or whatever, but definitely not a5.
I still don't really know how we're winning after king c7, which is a bit weird because it looks like we should be winning already, but
we probably go knight f5 check, and then we collect the rook slowly, no?
yeah, and the rook on h6 is just going to get picked up. Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
And if I go knight b7 here, how bad is that?
Yeah, that's what you probably do, yeah, but then at least I'm pawn up. Am I, if I take? I probably am, yeah.
Well, yeah, I wanted to take with everything, go king g7, drive the rook back, put the knight on d6, and claim that it's...
Yeah, no, for sure, it's, I mean, it's a long way to lose this as black. But at least here it's kind of, I mean, it's just a healthy pawn, yeah? Like, your
it's obviously,
yeah.
Obviously good for white, but I'm wondering if maybe this is sort of manageable, if maybe it's closer to a draw than it is to a white win. I don't know. Hard to say.
Hard to say, yeah.
Probably best case scenario for black, I think. If you get something like this, is probably maybe the maximum of what you can get. Is there?
Yeah, but now that I think about it, I actually don't see why it's not lost long term. I mean, we just bring the rook to b5, go bishop c2, e4, then sometimes h3, bishop g4 will be an option. I mean, it's basically very unpleasant. I mean, not very unpleasant, but it's kind of comfortable for white without the c3 pawn, yeah? As we know from Grunfeld, when this a4, a5 starts happening, it's clearly white who is in the driver's seat. And then we have this
good point,
c3 pawn as well, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll get back to that when something happens. Is Fabi just lost? Probably not. Yeah, it's probably a bit of an overstatement. But I've been thinking about Fabi's position because he allowed this, and it looked to me like it might be extremely risky. But b6, b5 is an interesting option I have not considered at all. I guess we could still just ignore it, right? We can just go like knight f4 here and continue pretending.
Yeah, also c5 looks very tempting to me.
c5, I think his idea is to go ba, bishop a6, and then bishop c4.
Yeah, but then we were probably in time to checkmate, no? Somehow like knight g3, rook d4.
And, yeah. Okay, so we go knight g3, bishop c4.
Yeah, rook d4, rook g4.
Rook d4, I take on c5 with something, I guess bishop, yeah?
Yeah, rook g4. So these are...
This is very scary. This is very, very scary. I would like to play bishop a3 and knight g6, but I have a feeling I will get mated.
Yeah, that's how it feels. Yes, that's what I thought as well.
Yeah. Can I play... Yeah, it just looks like I'm going to get mated. There's just too much happening for black to survive. Yeah, then like if I can't go ba, bishop a6, then c5 obviously is a very attractive choice here, just killing off all the counterplay.
Even here, Daniel finds a way to sacrifice the c pawn and go for an attack. Yeah, like doesn't have to be a Catalan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one of the main ideas in Catalan is actually to bring the bishop like c2 or d3 when they don't expect it.
Hottest take ever, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the main ideas of the Catalan is to bring the bishop to d3. I can think, off the top of my head, I can think of one line in the Catalan when this is true.
Secrets chess grandmasters don't want you to know.
So which one? Which one is that?
Where you go c6, b6, allow e4, e5, and play knight e8. In those positions, you definitely want the bishop on d3. But...
No, but actually, like in the very, very main line, no, when they go bishop d7, bishop c6, bishop takes f3, then sometimes you just get this.
Maybe, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Anyway, apart from c5, do we like anything else? What happens if
I actually don't know why we need c5 exactly to checkmate. Yeah, if we want to checkmate, we can probably start.
Just go rook d4. Yeah? Start rook d4 right away. Yeah, just go rook d4 here. Or knight g3 or whatever. Yeah, I don't know which one is the more important.
Could be the same position now. Takes bishop a6. He can still go c5 or rook d5.
Yeah, but you can just go rook d4. Yes, that's the question. Like you could just ignore the whole.
Yeah, very similar. I guess I actually prefer having the black bishop on c5 here because it might hang in some positions, but I don't know.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Yeah.
Yeah, both of them look very promising.
Fabi not doing great.
But also,
any insights there, Daniel? Is it? Sorry, Peter.
Yeah, no.
Fabi was talking about Wijk being sort of dull, and he was also, I think, without his coach, so he didn't have very much to do. Can you relate?
Well, I mean, what do you expect me to say? Yeah, he didn't seem to enjoy it that much, but I mean, no one did, to be honest.
Fair enough.
There was actually a day when Magnus was cacking like hell. I actually thought this is his last game. I mean, in the tournament for sure, and maybe not only in the tournament. Like I was really scared. And we had the PCR the same day, like after the games. I was pretty sure, okay, then we'll continue without him. But somehow he managed to survive. Yeah, he's world champion. And then now it feels like he looks fresh and. He has no issues and so on, but there was a day when I mean, it seems that he felt shaky. I don't know, maybe my impression was wrong, but who knows. This is like always, actually, this is why I don't like playing, I mean, in this lockdown, yeah, you come to the round and then we start this like mafia card game, yeah, you're trying to figure out who feels bad, who you should avoid. I mean, like you want to keep distance from everybody, but you cannot, so you should allow some people to be close and some people should be sort of isolated from you think, and so on. Yeah, I don't know. It's like what I think is completely ridiculous, actually, and it was actually great fun. At some point, it was very funny. Like at some point, we come to play, and then we have this like a small info printed for us before the round that like one person was in close contact with someone who tested positive, like, and it was saying like we will not reveal his name, but don't worry, he will play in the mask today. I mean, great, yeah, you don't need to be Sherlock. Then we play the first moves, and then like literally in like 4 minutes, there is only one person who is who is playing in the mask. Yeah, was about like, okay, I mean, I don't need to be Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to reveal the name. I mean, I see the point of not revealing the name in terms of ethics, but all in all, it's just weird. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's not that we have like 200 people there. Yeah, I mean, okay, then there is only one guy in the mask. Okay.
Peter, would your detective IQ solve that case?
Probably, yeah. Very possibly.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all in all, it feels a bit. I mean, like it's up to each of us how to react. Yeah? I mean, there is definitely big room for humor in all the situations, but I mean, also sometimes it's just depressing and unfunny, I would say. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, anyways, this whole thing is a bit like this series. Yeah, what was it called? The Squid Game. Yeah.
Mm.
Like someone will survive longer, someone will not pass, but yeah, it's not only about playing chess somehow, but still it's probably better than nothing. Yeah, okay, I don't have any strong opinions here. Like it's clear that for instance Fabi I mean, is not exactly excited. Yeah, he's a big fighter, he's fighting and he's winning games and so on, but I mean, yeah, you can see that he's not exactly, I mean, only enjoying it here, let's say. But yeah, it's probably better to have this kind of tournament than not to have it at all, or maybe not. It's yeah.
I can see. I have
Peter
some.
Svidler like hot take there.
I was about to say that. Yeah, boy, it feels like not only have I apparently infected Jan with COVID, I have also infected Daniel with my fence sitting. There was such an expert sitting on the fence statement there that I thought maybe I was making it somehow. Maybe like it's all It's all been a stage show, and suddenly I'm controlling the two pictures you're watching.
Yeah.
Is Magnus better?
I don't know. I was a bit surprised by e5, e4. I was also honestly a bit surprised by queen takes e4. I felt like we did not need to oblige Magnus by improving his pawn structure. I couldn't see anything wrong with rook e8. Why are we doing it on White's terms here?
Probably we probably don't feel like it's White terms, no?
Yeah, I guess he didn't mind b takes e4, and he definitely didn't mind knight takes e4 because that would be like a normal capture. e5 e4 I find a bit strange, in particular if he doesn't have anything immediate to follow it up with. Like if in the current position, if f5 f4 works, I understand. No, after e4 d4. Because I think after e4, the move you're worried about the most is probably d4. I think if White takes on e4, you're not worried at all. So this is the one you kind of need to calculate and assess. And if this works, it's fine. If this doesn't work, then I don't know why we've allowed all of these changes. I guess maybe king of 2 is the problem, right?
There is also a funny move knight before.
Rook
then
f1, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, but maybe you go f4 now, yeah? No, rook a1, I probably go knight a2, knight...
rook b1, yeah? Yeah, rook c1, knight a2, rook b1 exists. I don't know if it's anything.
Yeah, but then it's still a bit of a mess, yeah? I go knight... Or maybe I start with f4 and then I go knight c3. Or I start with knight c3, I don't know.
He has played f4. At least, okay, if he has played f4, then previous play makes a lot more sense, because it feels like you kind of have to. And I think Magnus will just blitz out king f2. I think it's a very Magnus move to make, yeah.
Yeah, but then there is knight takes d4, no? It has to be
something. Yeah. But is this endgame okay for black? I guess it is, yeah. We're a bit sad about the white king being more centralized, but our structure is solid and we have the g2 pawn to play against, yeah. Rook
yeah, exactly. The g2 pawn, yeah.
Rook a8, d6, g6, something like this, yeah. Yeah, I just missed knight.
Actually, now that you pointed it out, I start to feel like I'll probably pick up black here.
Yeah, it's just safe for black. I think black is in no trouble. Okay, but if king f2 is not a move, what is the move then in the current position?
Yeah, so what do you call a move? Yeah, like in terms of equalizing, we have many options probably.
Yeah, sure, but I would like to keep the position. Like I'm not expecting to find something that gives white a large advantage, but I would like to find something that is playable and leads to unclear endgames. Originally I was a little bit maybe concerned is the word to say about knight takes e4, but even like fe and then knight a5 is completely fine. And there might be even stronger options, but just
FE, also you have some intermediate moves if you need them.
Yeah, like rook a8 and it just doesn't look right.
No, maybe just rook takes f4, no?
But this should be a draw, right? We just take, we take on d4.
Yeah, we take on e4, go b1. I don't know, pretend.
I wanted to maybe even include. First of all, I have knight e2, knight f4 here.
Yeah, but then I'll probably go a5 or c5 and still pretend.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, but I agree it's a draw, of course. It's just about the length of the pretending process, yeah?
Yeah. There might be some argument for playing b7, b6 in this position, but I'm getting, very carried away. Looking at subtleties where maybe none exist.
Yeah, but in general, it seems to be a normal game, no? Like, as far as I know, Italian is not winning by force. So
yeah, despite many an effort by a number of people.
Yeah.
It is still not winning by force.
Strange Magnus switch. No, he had what, 3 out of 3 with the Catalan now? It looked like the Catalan was finally becoming a forced win for him, but he had enough. But maybe Vidit, you don't get a Catalan. No, I don't even know.
Yeah, unclear.
Ragnar plays knight d4. He doesn't go for checkmate.
Yeah, that's not what I expected to happen. And I think it very much improves what we were trying to do with black, right? We could still go like BC, bishop a6. And we have to worry about much less on the king side now. Maybe he just wants to go bishop a2 and keep things controlled, but...
Yeah, this is how we play in Wijk. Bishop a2, knight d7, bishop b1, easy.
Yeah, but knight d7 probably...
These things I've mastered. Yeah. No, he can actually just play some f4, f5, yeah, with the bishop on b1. I mean, if he really wants to go for it, he can just try this.
f4, f5, f6.
I like it way less, but I mean, at least it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm buying this. I think I go EF here and claim that you don't.
Knight takes.
Queen e6 and where's your attack?
I don't know, some rook d4. No, I mean I tend to agree in general. Yeah, I mean, the previous version was much more convincing to me. But it could be something queen f2, rook d4, queen g3. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, queen f2 in particular. But honestly, like it feels like if you wanted to go for some kind of a sacrificial attack on the king side, knight d4 is sort of not the place to start.
Yeah,
because dc4. This is very...
Yeah, that I actually wanted to mention.
What's the point? BCA or what?
No, he probably wants to checkmate himself somehow, no? Like to go c5 one day. And then, let's say BC, simply. Or maybe even B, but let's say just BC, and then I just go c5 no matter what.
And queen g5 or...
And some queen g5, yeah, and I mean, again, I'm probably...
And then I find the move bishop e1, e4, and you resign, I guess, yeah, or something like that.
Yeah.
Because you realize you've allowed knight d6 and you will not enjoy it.
But actually, maybe I don't resign, yeah, maybe I take and go c4, and maybe I'm fine.
Yeah, no, you don't, yeah, I resign, you don't resign, but...
No, I also started to resign, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels to me that BCBA probably is the reason, because otherwise...
But he can also go like DCBC pass, like DCBC knight g6, let's say. That kind of makes sense as well.
Allowing c5, I really, really hate in this setup.
Yeah, but then b takes a4 and we pray, yeah.
But will it listen? The deity.
I'm not kind of person to be a believer. I mean, with what happened to me recently, but
yeah.
Like I hope this is not justice, yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, BA played very quickly. So yeah, Fabi sort of completely destroying his structure for an opportunity to create a passer on the A file and just destabilize further. I think mainly it's just making the position even less understandable.
Also, if takes now, Daniel's plan gains in strength, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe bishop c6 in the end, not even allowing knight d6 to happen.
What do you do here?
I guess I play g3, yeah. And you play bishop f3, queen h5, and you do go for mate, maybe, or queen h5 straight away. Yeah.
Or knight g6, knight h4, yeah.
Well,
Basically, when you find a man who plays queen takes a4 and knight b5 and g3, I mean, somehow you'll manage normally.
Yeah.
So what should you do? Maybe still c5, yeah?
Find a mate for 5.
No, I mean, if you take a4, like, I don't know if it's correct, but after c5, at least you don't play knight b5, right? You probably...
Maybe knight e2, knight f4, yeah, or something, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, but then I don't know what's not to like for black, yeah? You go bishop c6, you get a4.
That is a good point. So maybe we just completely ignore it. Maybe we actually go c4, c5 right now. And claim that we are positional geniuses of some sort.
Let's claim.
Yeah, this feels very nice, Trophy.
But the issue is we still don't want the knight on d4. Like I would much rather prefer the same position with the knight back on f3 or e2 or wherever it was to play rook d6 and then put it there. Because now we're kind of losing time.
Yeah, I agree.
Clearly this position needs the white rook on d6, and we have put a piece in the way of achieving that.
Yeah. I mean, also, if the knight is not on g4, the rook on g4 is also nice. Yeah, it's... I mean, it really depends on how many free moves you're allowed to play.
Yeah. And also, this is only move 24, so Prague might be in a bit of time trouble. I don't know. Like, this is not all that bad, 23 minutes for the remaining 20.
Wow, actually, Yesipenko did a very Russian thing, by the way, I guess.
Which is?
Which is invasion.
Ah. We touched all the other topics. So
Yeah.
So let's do that now. And
Peter, you're on Kayakin Tweet Watch. Any news there?
Let me check. Let me check. Nope.
No, but I must say he's actually cool. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I think it improved for black a little bit, right? Because white pushed f4 and didn't really get much of anywhere, and now the knight is coming back into the game via the b2 d3 squares. Hard to stop it even. Like I've been looking for a way to stop knight d3 comfortably, and I don't know what that is. So yeah, it feels like Andre is doing much better than he was doing earlier. I think maybe you're supposed to take on f8 and maybe hope that you get the sacrifice in exchange there.
Yeah, but then suddenly even rook takes f8.
Yeah, I think it actually is rook takes f8.
Yeah, c4 is actually hanging. Yeah,
and c4 starts being a bit weak. Yeah, it feels like there might be like genuine winning chances for Andre now. I wonder what exactly went wrong, because up to a certain point what Niels was doing felt very logical, but
oh, after e takes f4, what I know is that bishop takes f4 was like...
Yeah, I was a bit curious why he took with the rook. Yeah, just take with the bishop, put as much pressure on the d6 pawn as early as possible. Seemed normal. Play queen f3, g3, and it will start.
Yeah, but at the same time, it doesn't feel that critical, does it? I mean, it feels like, okay, bishop takes f4 was probably smarter, but it shouldn't be that. Bishop takes f4 is crushing, and rook takes f4 is exactly nothing, yeah?
Yep.
Wow, queen takes a4, c5 played in Fabi's game. Okay, so what's the plan? Knight e2, knight f3? Yeah, but then Fabi is in a great shape, huh?
Yeah, now the a pawn, yeah. If the knight goes back, black just has a healthy position, because you play bishop c6 and you start pushing the a pawn, and there's still no mate on the king side. And mate on the king side has become severely discounted, I think, because the d file is open, d4 square is not available for the rooks. Just much harder to imagine how you even launch any kind of a serious attack.
Yeah. But what do we think exactly? Black is better, or is just comfortable? Or we don't need to think this direction?
Yeah, I disagree with the original premise of us, needing to provide an opinion here. We're just watching.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, it's much better to be here.
My co-hosts are tired. Watch too much Paw Patrol. Against my advice.
Is there such thing as too much Paw Patrol?
I don't know. It makes me very nervous. Like these little dogs, they're always running around doing stuff. They don't feel qualified at all. Why have dog puppies? Fix your problem.
I don't know. This is currently my attempt to...
Yeah, that is true, actually. Yeah.
That is exactly how I'm living my life in the past month or month and a half.
Daniel, do you own any pets?
No.
Me neither, but I'm claiming allergies. Nelly, keine Haustiere.
Dann können wir endlich mal wieder Paw Patrol Wann können wir endlich mal wieder das Repertoire-Spiel spielen?
Such a muss arbeiten,
So,
it's actually interesting. Let's say you have a pet and you test positives, and what happens with your pet? Yeah, it needs to go outdoor at some point.
It is an expert on the topic.
Yeah, I've been walking the dog while positive, but
So
I mean,
dogs can actually catch it, right? Where?
Yeah, but not as likely as as far as I can tell, and yeah. I mean, he does need his walks. So I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, but then I'm probably worse than a pet, yeah, because I also need my walks, but I think I have to be in the room and I cannot go out. It's very depressing.
What are the rules actually? You're supposed to you stay in the room. Someone brings you food, and then you can test yourself out, or how does it work?
Yeah, pretty much like this. Yes. Again, as far as I know, yeah. I mean, I'll let you know in a few days how it works exactly. But,
92 plate.
Yeah.
What do we do?
It's funny. I cannot really fight the impressions that the most interesting position is actually Mamedov Karakin, and then like every single time, 2 seconds later, I realize it's actually over. It's just like every single time I look at it, I think maybe F4, maybe this, maybe that, and then okay.
Yeah, I've actually been sort of calculating some lines from here for this ever since the game finished. I've been trying to like work out what happens if you go knight 6 and then CB and BC, and so I really should stop. But it's like a niche, you know. You just
yeah.
The brain continues going there even if you absolutely know there is no point.
That's always surprising with these games, because typically in chess, like one side blitzes out the moves and the other side then that's ambush takes a lot of time. But often in these battles, like both sides take like half an hour more or less for the game. It's very often evenly distributed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful final position.
No, it probably used to be different. Yeah, I mean they used to have like different level of opening prep, but now they're just both very good. They both know everything, so that's why.
So what's the line here? Serious question. How does black equalize?
What do you mean? Queen e5 works. Queen e5 works perfectly, no? Queen b2, queen a3.
Ah, that's the issue.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, it's not what you were asked to do. Yeah, you don't equalize here. You just win.
Yeah, here I think
we can't do it.
Yeah.
But actually, by the standards of this game, it's completely different task. No, you need to exactly equalize.
Yeah, queen c5. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Magnus still thinking.
Yeah, also, I mean, a lot of pieces have been traded off, but it is, in terms of time management, might have been an exciting finish, but seems like the position probably will get even further simplified, making the potential time trouble much less exciting. Is it possible that Magnus also, from some way off, didn't see king f2, knight takes d4?
I checked in the meantime. On the website, the line is something like this: rook d8, c3, rook d6, king d3, and it says white is better. Rook g6, rook a2. I guess we put the rook here.
That's yeah,
hard to believe exactly, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much it is, but
how can you be better like rook g3 check?
Yeah, I was wondering about exactly the same. Yeah, takes,
and then takes and rook e8. Yeah.
Is this pawn ending supposed to be better for white? Or
please tell me.
I guess it is. Yeah, the king gets to e4, and then it's really only white who is pushing. But I mean, for a very kind of a wide definition of pushing.
Rook takes f4.
They took.
Yeah. So yeah, this will happen. E3 knight b3. I don't really believe in, so I guess he takes on d4. allowing the e4 pawn to survive would be extremely strange, so knight takes e4 is also forced. And then Vidit has a choice,
It's
right?
not exactly forced. You can also try rook e1. Yeah, you have
e1.
You have some moves, but in general, it's all the same scenario.
Yeah, rook e1 maybe, but I feel like it's not the best square. I go knight c2, rook e4, king f7, and the rook or king f8, and the rook on e4 feels like it's just not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. No, knight takes e4 is, of course, way more natural. Yeah, explained.
Peter, can I give you the controls for that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Control negotiating here.
Sure. In the meantime...
Okay, can we actually go rook 8 here, now that we have this arrow?
I was calculating that, yeah, and I was wondering, like, knight c5, rook e2, or what? I was, like, what...
Yeah, that's what I thought, but...
I was sort of unhappy about, at the idea of having to calculate all of this. Like, I don't know, rook d1, and then knight takes b... you have knight c2, knight e3, though, yeah?
Yeah, but maybe knight c2, king f1, yeah? We'll end up calculating, yeah, I would prefer to avoid this as well.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, king f1 and then rook somewhere, yeah, I don't know. Rook e7, we go... It feels like even this...
Then it becomes weird, yeah, even king f2, let's avoid this action.
Yeah, I think there probably are simpler solutions. Like what happens here?
I don't know, something like a5? Like, first of all, I'm not sure I go king f2.
Really?
I probably do, but I need to consider my options.
Yeah, I would have thought having those options was kind of important, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I could run on some rook f8. Yeah, but okay, let's say I go king f2, knight takes f4, rook b1. It's a bit of a game, actually.
It's a bit of a game, yeah. Still a bit awkward, and yeah, the king is more active. This is not entirely safe. We'll get back to this because there's been a lot of, well, not a lot, but some events here. We were playing, instead of what Jordan played, we were playing rook f1, bishop e1. He played bishop e1 immediately, and now Anish, instead of bishop d7 in this position, he's played rook h6, clearly trying to break the setup, not allow the pressure on the f6 pawn to land.
Queen f2 is still there, though.
Yeah, we can still go queen f2. So what's his idea after that? Maybe he goes... Maybe now he goes bishop d7, rook f1, king g7. The point being, if you play the same, I can actually give it away straight away, right? I can just go rook takes h4 here.
Yeah, of course, this would be great for black, yeah?
And I think this is probably fine for black, yeah. Just for our viewers, I wanted to explain that we were discussing the same position earlier. If black plays king g7 here, knight f5 check, bishop f5, ef, rook h6. And here, of course, white will very much try to win the whole rook by like playing bishop d2 and then giving a check, for instance, and just winning the whole rook here. And having an option to immediately return it for a bishop is very, very valuable for black. And now we go, I don't know, rook g8 and then knight b7 and try to get the knight to d6. Yeah, arrow drawing is never a thing that works for me. And
what I don't get is so let's say queen f2, bishop d7, rook f1, king g7. So if I just play it slowly, like bishop e2, bishop g4, let's say.
Yeah, this looks strong.
I mean, it still looks kind of pathetic for black.
Yeah, it looks kind of horrible. It's this is a very, very yeah, god damn it, stop with the arrows. This is a very big threat. I just can't figure out how to deal with it, actually. Okay, so queen f2, is there anything that we're missing here? I mean, we can probably go back to, once again, just playing knight b7 here. It might still be the best play, right? To at least have the option of meeting bishop e2 with rook g8 and stopping bishop g4 that way, or at least trying to stop bishop g4 that way.
Yeah. Actually, now that we started discussing it, even this is actually like, yeah, bishop h5 or even some, I don't know, like h3 I cannot play, but
bishop h5 in particular is scaring me a great deal because I can't figure out how black is supposed to react to it. f7 is now hanging. If you play rook g7, the same position which was kind of okay earlier is now completely not okay because you don't get to shake the rook away from the f6 square.
Yeah, this is...
It's kind of lost here. If you don't have king g7 specifically in this position, you kind of never come out of the corner. And rook takes h5 just loses everything to bishop f6, bishop g7, and queen f7. Queen f2 played in the meantime, but we kind of knew queen f2 will be played. This is not a surprise. The interesting part is what will Anish do after. I expect bishop d7, rook f1. Can black just play queen e7 instead of rook g7 then? Probably a better move, but I think you lose the f7 pawn, right? It's the same problem again. I've created more threats against the f7 pawn here, meaning that king g7 just loses a piece.
Not that it's important, but I wanted to say it's a shame to play bishop takes f6.
Yeah. You want to play queen takes f6 or what?
Of course.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, but it looks really, really bad. Can we actually try to make some f6, f5 work at some point? Like, okay, bishop d7, bishop d7 he actually played.
Yeah, rook f1.
So rook f1, f5, let's say.
Yeah, we could try, but it feels like it's going to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Ugly, yeah. Just trying to figure out what the most. I think I just take. I don't want to think. I just take and play for knight g4.
Yeah, like in the ideal world, I want to go e4.
But even after e4, like e4 bishop e2. Let's say I don't engage with your puny counterplay at all. I want to play bishop g3, knight g4, and this is not a very beautiful piece on h6 that you have there.
No. Yeah, it's just bad.
I think it's just bad, yeah. And I think Anish is also coming to the same conclusions because he's been thinking quite a bit. He's down to 13 minutes-ish. And this is the best solution he could find. Yeah, we'll see. Feels like rook f1 is very, very logical. And then it's sort of moment of truth time for Anish. What to do.
Yeah, but why should we start with knight b7 actually?
We were playing knight b7. He's going king g7, which we think just kind of loses to bishop e2 altogether. I couldn't find a move here. I thought maybe you go rook g6 here, and then after bishop h5 you go rook f8, and you pretend that this holds.
Yeah, but it clearly doesn't. No?
This is the way to go, I guess.
Yeah, but again, after rook g6, I can reshuffle for this knight f5 check, yeah?
I guess, yeah. So, how did we get here? So rook g6, and yeah, chat is also telling us that bishop e2, which Daniel found very much on his own, is +5 apparently. So,
okay,
good position for white.
Yeah, to say the least.
Good position for white. Yeah, we can probably go back to winning this position somehow. Just play bishop g3 and slowly pick up the rook on h6 for full value. Like we go queen e3, bishop e1,
actually,
bishop e2.
Let me show you. It probably doesn't work. But I wanted to show you a fun trick. Let's say bishop e2, rook g6. It was so close. I thought we go h3. And then you take, and I go queen f5. It was very close. It was very close, but rook g2 is there, it seems, yeah.
Rook g2, but that is very beautiful. That is a very, very beautiful trick.
Yeah, it could work on a good day.
Yeah, bishop e2 already played. Jordan is playing a very nice game so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, feels like rook g6 is the only way to even sort of continue the game here, but there must be something. It's
yeah, but also even without that something, it's probably that lost, like bishop h5, h3, g4, king h2, just improve slowly.
Yeah, black cannot move at all, so we find the best possible time to take on g6 and then we win, yeah?
Yeah, also in terms of like general ideas, I think whenever you touch the queen, I go d6, knight d5 probably.
Yeah, that as well. So we can sort of continue improving forever without really touching anything on the king's side.
Yeah, this would be stylish at least.
And chat is saying
it can go a4, a5 one day as well.
Chat is saying Fabi blundered, but doesn't really look like much happened here. I wonder what the blunder was. Like, this looks fine for... Maybe he had more of an advantage, but yeah, this doesn't look like the position was ruined in any way.
Yeah, let's probably go back and look at it.
Well, knight e2, he didn't play bishop c6. He started trading straight away. He went rook e8. The queen got dropped back to c2 anyway. And he took and played rook d8. I mean, all of this looks entirely logical to me. I just wonder if maybe... I think what we've gotten very used to is that whenever chat tells us there was a blunder, it very often means that the evaluation was, I don't know, minus 1.5, and it is now minus 0.7. So
it's basically just a red move or something.
Yeah, like it's a red move on chess bomb or something, yeah, or whatever, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, starting with bishop c6 felt more natural. If the same blunder, it could be something with queen g5 and some kingside attack, yeah, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, and also what he's doing is very useful just in terms of making sure he never gets mated, because if the rooks come off, white will never have enough material to have any kind of an attack on the king side at all. Usually means chat is looking at the wrong game. Yeah, that's also true, Neil. That is also true. Okay, a brief roundup. Whoa, okay, many moves. Well, not very many, but we got everything up to rook b1 correct in the Magnus game. Vidit played b6, Magnus played c5, rook f8, and c takes b6. It's still a little bit annoying for black, maybe, no? I don't know. What's the move here?
Well, knight d5 checks followed by knight takes b6 was also possible, yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to keep everything in reserve, but maybe we just kind of go after the a4 pawns and, I don't know. Rook b4, a5 probably is fine here. Yeah?
Or even rook f5, rook a5.
Yeah, or that. And if a5 knight c4, it feels like this should be a draw, right?
Yeah.
This should be a draw.
No, I thought maybe knight c5 is kind of more critical.
Oh yeah, of
instead
course.
Yeah, but then some rook f5 should work somehow.
Knight a6, knight a4.
It's very close. It's still a bit annoying, but now we are...
Yeah, it feels like this should be a draw. It feels like...
Yeah, rook c5 or something.
In particular, this being a Magnus game, white still pushes a little bit, but... Like rook c2.
Yeah, maybe rook c3 check and king f7, yeah, or something. But yeah, okay.
But also probably this is a draw, right? Ah, hang on. This might not be a draw because there's rook g6 there. This might not be a draw.
Yeah, you can still go king h7.
Yeah, we can still go king h7, knight f6, king h8, and yeah, I'll give the reins back to Jan. We've gotten very carried away.
Same here. Tough debate. Kids are allowed to watch Lion King 2, horrible movie, but they have no movie culture. So who's winning? Is Jordan winning?
Pretty close, yeah. He did play h3, which is... Yeah, I wonder what he means after bishop takes h3. Maybe he actually wants to go for that tactic, and then there will be a rude awakening.
Maybe g4, no?
Ah, that's clever. Hang on a second. King, I mean, queen somewhere? Queen d8. Our rook has to go somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's not ideal, I agree.
H5. Daniel, is Jordan afraid of anything in your experience?
I mean, some crabs.
That's very true here. Crabs are pretty scary.
Actually, bishop takes h3, bishop h5 is his point. Yeah, you just resign.
Ah, that's how. Ah, yeah. That's a much easier explanation for what he's doing.
That's on the board, yeah. Bishop h3 has been played.
Yeah, bishop h5 ends the game.
Okay, rook h6, and then
Finished
Anything,
queen
yeah?
g3 check. I think I thought, yeah, queen g3.
I kind of like g takes and then queen f3 simply.
Oh yeah, all that. Yeah, all that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So what's him? I mean, what's the point after bishop h5? So Anish will kind of lose 2 points today, yeah?
2 is maybe a bit harsh. Why is it 2?
I mean, he'll probably lose a game, and also, I mean, Magnus. I don't know if he wanted to play Magnus, but also Magnus got a point from me today, yeah, as well. I mean, with the way I played, like I cannot promise as the result would be definitely different. Yeah, wait a second.
Yeah, I think maybe rook h6.
Bishop h5 played.
Yeah, rook h6, bishop g4, I think maybe is the cleanest, actually, come to think of it. Just go bishop g4, force black to take with the knight, and everything starts falling apart. But yeah.
Bishop d7 played.
Yeah, bishop d7, you kind of know how this movie ends now. Not that we didn't know before, but yeah. Bishop g6, fg, and now you have a very pleasant choice of trying to win by force or just winning a very one endgame. We take. No, I think we never play the endgame here. We take with the bishop and we give mate.
You go for
queen h4 actually, and do. Oh, hang on, this allows rook f8. I don't know why I was so insistent on this. Queen g3.
No, and queen g5.
Yeah, that's what we want to do. I think you actually have to give up the pawn on e5 to at least trade some rooks, but it's just going to be completely hopeless. Like queen g3, rook f8. But yeah, we take with the bishop, we take on f1 with the king. If we want to be meticulous, we can go like king e2, king d3 here. And, yeah. Important not to blunder knight takes c4. The one chance black has here is maybe we blunder this, yeah, and suddenly it's a game.
Probably still much worse, but yeah.
Yeah. Still not a lot of fun, but
you can probably choose a different square root, like here.
And then eventually this whole thing will start moving, and once it starts moving, it just destroys everything in its path.
Sounds very scary.
I've seen Jorn destroy everything in his path when he gets moving.
All the crabs. Yeah, but also queen takes maybe, no?
Queen takes I didn't like because there's rook e8 there in the end, so...
Yeah, but then we just checkmate, I think, no? Like, bishop takes e5,
rook e8?
bishop f4, bishop h6, d6.
Ah, yeah, d6 knight d5, and it's just kind of mate, yeah. Yeah, he's already taken with the bishop. I think it's a very understandable decision. You don't
yeah, for sure.
You don't have to calculate any of that. And
That's
in fact,
H4,
I think...
No?
Huh?
Queen h4, yeah, or what?
No, queen g3 I think is cleaner, okay. Because after rook e8, maybe knight f5 is also winning on the spot. Apart from the fact, no, you do have to play queen g5. Sorry, I keep on being a bit too hasty. And now, apart from queen h6, I think now knight f5 is a very strong threat. Bishop f5, ef, and then just give mate on the king's side.
Yeah, but what I don't get, if you want to play queen h6, why don't you start with queen h4? It's like...
Why allow rook f8 at all? Yeah, I didn't want to allow rook f8.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe bishop
hang on a second. Bishop e7 just wins here. We should probably allow this. Yeah, bishop e7 and take with anything, play queen f6. Also completely winning, yeah. Just, this position never holds.
I mean, it also seems to be very stable, no? You just... I mean, just king f2 and so on.
Yeah.
Like, there is no even a way for black knight to join the game, yeah? Like, we control both d6 and d8. Like, you go knight b7, but there is no way from there.
Yeah.
You can just bring the king to h6 or something.
Yeah, must go for a...
Nigel would be so proud.
Exactly, yeah. Go for a Nigel tribute here. You always go for a Nigel tribute.
So your
Hey,
only
Jordan
wins
is-
is what, like 4 wins, 4 losses, 2 draws, or is it 3 draws? I can't count. Gotta be 3.
Yeah, he's sort of single-handedly fighting for the decisive game percentages in this tournament.
Yeah.
Prague may have done a bit of a boo-boo.
Prague also fighting for the decisive game percentages.
But
2 wins, yeah, also 3 draws.
I don't know about like. Are we excited about taking on c3 and playing bishop b4, or are we indifferent?
Now that you mention it, very excited.
Very excited. Yeah, we're being titillated by that idea.
It's a family show.
It hasn't been a family show for a while now.
That is true. But yeah, doesn't this look sort of
It looks
good?
very promising, but the a-pawn, like the knight is still on f8. With the knight anywhere close to civilization is completely lost for white. But the knight is still on f8, so you have to spend some time bringing it in. And I want to, with white, like I want to go king f1, king e2, and then start attacking the a-pawn. And I'm wondering just how winning it is for black. Maybe it's not.
No, like with an engine, it's normally not worth it all for white. Yeah, I mean it always looks scary, but
I don't know.
But after bishop e4, it does look very bad, I would say.
Yeah. Also, I think our bar is broken here. Like this little one. So we shouldn't read much into it. This looks winning, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the moment the knight actually gets to anywhere, like knight g6, knight d7, knight c6, or knight g6, knight d7, knight f5, if white plays f4 or something, the position will collapse. We know this much, but yeah, probably is very, very good for Fabi.
Has to be, yeah.
You can't even get to the pawn now. Like takes
Yeah.
a million moves.
The Little Prince and other people in many of the chats we have right now is asking, why is Daniel looking so ghostly? Daniel is basically channeling his inner X-Blizes, and it's very important that, you know, the chess world has its own X-Blizes.
Yeah, I mean, also I'll remain being a ghost for at least a week, most probably. So.
It's true. I felt a bit bad for keeping you for so long here, but then I thought you probably have literally nowhere else to go. Yeah, like.
Yeah, that is probably true. I will actually still leave you guys in like 15 minutes, but yes, this was very kind of you to sort of, yeah, show me your support. Yes. I mean, I can go to the balcony. This is your rival.
Nice.
Yep.
Sounds good. Peter,
Let's
do you
check
have any?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Peter for TV show tips for you while you're staying in Hoge Down, I'm assuming, for 7 more days.
Yeah, I mean, both of the things I'm currently watching are actually very, very decent bubblegum, I think. Both the Boba Fett and the Peacemaker are not bad at all. And there are also some other things which are coming out soon, which might be fine.
Yeah, like the one against Helmut. Yeah, I thought I'll probably.
Yeah. That came out last night, and I can tell you how it ended, but I probably won't. Yeah.
Yeah, but I know it as well. You can still tell me if you want.
Okay.
I mean, I also read the same website. Yeah.
No, I actually watched. You want the Poker Go subscription? I can't pronounce words. You can actually watch the thing if you want.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, I think they have like the first hour for free, and then they basically give you a spoiler who won, but you can still watch it.
Oh, okay. I can also just.
It's a very strange way of like marketing, I would say, but yeah.
Yeah. But there are creative solutions we can explore if you want. Anyway.
They give you the result when you just Google the names. It's not a very well kept secret. If this is high stakes duel 3 that we're talking.
It is very much the high stakes duel 3. And And I wasn't actually talking about torrenting. I for this thing I actually pay a subscription service. Is Magnus better, or is this just a draw in the rook ending? I have a feeling the rook ending is just drawn.
Yeah, it's probably a bit of both, yeah.
yeah, it's a bit of an inside joke there. King d3, rook a4, rook b6, king f7. Feels like this should be a draw, but it also feels like you could still ask questions with white, and you probably aren't very comfortable going.
Yeah, but it also feels like even without the a6 pawn, it could be a draw.
Maybe, yeah. You can't entirely discount that idea either. Yeah, I was wondering about like rook b7, checking f6, d6, and yeah, how you supposed to react to that.
But why would I react? I don't know, rook e1 or whatever.
Yeah, king c4 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
But my guess is at some point, just like king e6 will make a draw. Like you give up both g and h for the d pawn, and then you activate your king, and you have an outside.
Yeah. Actually, therefore, maybe we just go g5 instead of rook a1.
Yeah, I would have preferred not to uncut the white king so early. I think it's unnecessary. And we'll see all of this on the board very soon, yeah, because Vidit also came to the conclusion that it's the cleanest, so he's going for it.
There's no way he's losing this, is there?
Well, normally no, but you know, strange things happen in Magnus games in positions which
question
appear to be unlosable. Yeah.
Question. We run.
Oh.
Do you stop us from running?
This might be an issue. Ooh. This may have been missed. It definitely was missed by me. So this may have been missed.
So this, we go here.
Rook a5. King d4, rook a4 check.
King.
No, rook a4 check, actually rook a2, I guess. Not rook a4 check. Yeah, you go rook a2 here.
Is this maybe?
It's the same. Rook c5 check, rook c2. It's the same position. So rook a2. And we just go king d5, king c6. I have a feeling this wins for white, to be honest now.
I win time, no?
Yeah, this looks like it might just win.
Ooh.
Rook a4 is game over, and you have to play something else, Chad is saying. But what else? Like if you don't have
rook a4 loses, you have to
Yeah, you could also show off somehow. Yeah, after rook a2, there was king c3. I don't know if you need this.
There is a rook f4, rook f6 idea. What?
Which position instead of rook?
What?
Rook takes, we have to go rook f4. Eh?
No, but this is completely lost because currently material is equal. You mean they actually have to force white to take on b6 and then go rook a4? Nobody does that.
So we don't have rook e1.
Yeah, but like I understand the point now that it's been explained to me, but I don't think you can actually do this in a live game. Like what? No.
Yeah, this would be a bit too much, probably.
Yeah, like rook f4 with the idea of playing rook e1, king f8, I think, maybe. Or maybe it doesn't make much of a difference. d6, rook f6. I think completely unplayable, yeah. Okay.
I don't know. If he spots rook a4 loses,
I mean, otherwise...
you play something else, no?
Like, yeah, exactly. What do you play? Yeah, I mean, if you suddenly realize rook takes a4, d6, you're lost, then... I mean, it's either you resign or you come up with something. But after rook a4, even something like g3?
Yeah, exactly. People are saying g3 is strong. Or maybe the strongest. I don't know if it's strong. And now I guess we go rook f6 and we stand, yeah?
Yeah, but this is definitely not a dead draw. Like, we bring the king to e5, go rook c1, this will be unpleasant.
Yeah. So was Magnus better all along, or did Vidit mess something up?
We thought knight d5, knight b6, move 26 may have been cleaner, but we did not check it properly. It was just as like a guess. It was that maybe instead of c takes b6, but there's like many things I don't understand there.
Also here, I'm just checking the engine website. The website engine says like a5 or random move 0-0 and knight d5, king e2.
We can just go back to
f6.
Knight f6.
Zeros, like,
oh yeah, okay.
This sounds believable.
Yeah, that definitely sounds believable.
So rook e8 was just a little too smart for his own good.
Yeah, I think he thought rook a4, rook b6, and then he thought, okay, I will make a draw there, which he would have. But now he realized that there are other... he took on a4.
Yeah, he played rook a4, but now d6.
Now d6 just wins, yeah.
Chat, good engines are saying this wins, yeah? Ben Matt Caro is saying, according to Hikaru, Jordan is the best Dutch player right now.
For a long time, no?
Shots fired. Lucas van Vreest.
Yeah, let's actually check what's going on in Drandelius Yespenko, maybe, no? We haven't been there for quite a long time.
Yeah, some strange things happen there, and White is once again, maybe not much, but better, a little bit better, I guess, yeah.
Where's our boy? Here.
We just go knight f7 here. How bad can this be?
Do you think White is better?
A tiny bit, maybe.
Yeah, tiny, yeah, exactly. Like after knight f7, your main problem is probably king h2 or something, yeah? It's just kind of more comfortable for White to play.
Yeah, it's just easier to make moves maybe with White, but it shouldn't be very much. I just want to make sure we don't blunder rook e3. Like, currently rook e3 might be an annoying threat. I'm playing knight f7 preemptively so that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, I see the point. Like, all in all, it feels kind of solid for Black. You have all the good pieces. Should be slightly worse, maybe, but not much.
A very brief roundup. Magnus appears to be winning now after d6. He's thinking, but yeah, probably will do that.
There was some suggestion that at depth 42, this endgame is... No.
The draw?
No, it's +6.
Oh, okay.
I was once again, chat was trying to lie to me, so, and these days I absolutely shamelessly just fact check chat.
Chat, we've established this. You can no longer fool Peter. He will check.
I never used to check, but now I do. How do we win this position the most comfortable? I just go queen f4 and e5 and Black resigns. Yeah, we don't need to be fancy. Just go queen f4, e5, e6, and we kind of start asking questions about the ability of our opponent to speak English.
Speaks excellent English.
Oh no, he goes knight e8 there in that final position and doesn't resign.
Why not?
Unfair.
No, but seriously, why not? Okay, d6 or whatever.
I'm mainly kidding, yeah, but game sort of still continues. Without knight e8, game would legitimately not continue, but this preserves the non-resigning capabilities for some time yet.
Yeah, probably.
So Niels Yasipenko, Niels now maybe slightly better, but not much happening. Fabi probably.
Yeah, Fabi did go for this, and yeah, we think he's doing very well. We're kind of in disagreement about how well, but yeah, very little doubt that Black is in charge here.
So what's going on in Meridian, correct?
Apparently it was perfect play from both sides. We tried cb6 here, but then queen a3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Once again, it looked very interesting. No, seriously, sorry. Yeah, like if people don't believe I have symptoms, yeah, just watch this. Yeah, I'm asking this like for fourth time, but it looks very interesting. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I also like this time. I even analyzed it a little. Like I thought, okay, like too many pieces comparing to the rest of the games. But then I looked at Jordan and I thought, okay, he has queens as well. Sharp could be true. Then whatever.
How's Kayakin doing in the tournament? He's doing well, no?
Like +1 maybe.
Yeah. He lost to Yesipenko. Okay, that's his only loss, and Yesipenko is a very deserving player, and he beat Jordan and Pragnanda. The rest draws. Yeah, solid.
Yeah. No, he's playing really well, actually.
Magnus.
Yeah, King T4 played.
He did all the stuff.
But the fun part is that I'm pretty sure like they both don't know if it's like good for black or not.
Which one?
No, I mean Magnus, I'm pretty sure like he's not 100% sure he's winning.
Rook A2 played. He goes King D5.
Yeah.
No, of course he does. I mean, you know the moves, but you don't know. I mean, what will happen in like 10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you have a pretty good idea here because the black passers are just way too far from where they need to be, and it feels like you will be winning the rook very quickly.
Yeah, but when you get D7, King C7, they will check, yeah, and then you have to play King D8, and then you have to play like Rook F1, and they will go King E6 and run.
I think, yeah, I wonder why he didn't take on G2. I probably would have taken on G2 because you might not have time for that later.
Do you have time?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's not doing it right. You need to take on G2 here, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you ever have time for this. To at least have passers on, like, have a chance to have, like, 2 connected passers on the king side. Because the ones far away from your king, they never run. So
also, Peter, I'm not sure if you knew this, but 1 runs faster than 2.
I've never heard that said, ever in my life. So what's the cleanest...
But that actually I could never get, yeah? Like in terms of logic, 1 runs faster than 2, but then they say 2 connected pawns run faster than 2 like not connected pawns, but not connected pawns are basically just 2 normal pawns. And then like even 1 runs faster than you have 2, yeah? How can you lose the race?
So you should get rid of 1 of your non-connected pawns, then you're winning.
Yeah, and then you win the race, yes. That's how, I mean, how I felt about it, yeah.
Yeah, apparently Rook E7 is the only move that wins here, we're being informed by chat. Which is then very, very tricky.
Whoa.
Yeah. I can't imagine, like, for the life of me, I don't know why that would be the case. No.
Yeah, but that's what I told you. Yeah, it's not clear. Like, from far away, you cannot be sure. Rook E7 check, bang, I win.
Yeah, and the whole one runs faster than 2.
Why not push it?
Check.
Check, King C6.
Yeah, you basically get King D8 and then they go B4 simply.
Yeah.
Now we can't queen. Sad. Check. Yeah, so the usual thing here where the king can't avoid the checks.
Yeah, but also how do you... Yeah, but how do you want to win this? Yeah, King G6?
Yeah, the point is we want to drive the king to a poorer square, and then we want to go Rook E4, stopping before. Because the line currently being shown in chat is Rook E7 check, and then Rook E4 back, probably sort of wherever the king goes. And yeah, that is
steep.
Or at least definitely against King of 8. Against King of 6 it might be something different. Yeah.
Okay.
Not so easy.
Yeah. Figuring this out is not at all trivial.
Actually, maybe you just want an umbrella. Yes, this would be nice.
Yeah, in some positions you might even get to the umbrella situation.
Yeah, but like let's say I go Rook E7 check, King F8. What was I told to do? Rook E. Like
apparently it is against King F6, but even here,
King F8 also doesn't any move.
Yeah, but let's say here I go Rook E5. I just want to show the idea. You play some random move like B4, D7,
check,
and then rook c2, I go king d6, and maybe king e6, and that's how I win.
Rook f5, rook d5.
Yeah.
But g6 here? And Magnus has gone d7, by the way, which apparently is no longer winning, or at least this is what we're led to believe.
Also played it quickly. Yeah, this rook e7 check is such a weird move. Like,
yeah, I don't think. Yeah,
king f6, rook e4. Good luck to you.
Yeah, and Daniel was actually correct about the rook e5 idea. King f8, rook e5 was the way to go, and king f6, rook e4. Yeah, these are, as you're watching on your screens, guys, I don't think many people think Magnus is better at endgames, but even for him, it's trickier than you would suspect.
Yeah.
He's losing it. Must retire.
Must retire. Completely washed.
Still has it.
Yeah, completely washed, must retire.
Would 2014 Magnus have missed rook e7? I don't think so. Peter, question in the chat for you.
Yeah?
And 1 second. How do you folks, especially Peter, deal with the fact that you're missing Lawrence commenting the Jip Chess Battle of Sexes while working here? Must be extremely frustrating.
You don't have the first idea just how frustrating that is.
Are you watching Lawrence on a second screen doing?
I will neither confirm nor deny. I am watching Lawrence on the second screen, and this is why I constantly look up.
I mean, I feel like he is watching Jan on the second screen.
I watch myself on a second screen for sure. Sometimes I get lost in my eyes.
Right, guys, I'll actually leave you here, I guess.
Thank you so much for stopping by.
This is probably my unique chance to eat, actually, because here it's very important to follow the schedule. Like, if you haven't had breakfast till 11, then you'll basically get no food before the round. So, yeah.
Go feed. Yeah. It's important to feed.
Yeah, thanks.
Best of luck. Right. Get well soon. Hope you make it to Berlin. Thanks, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There was Daniel Dubov, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed the story, he could not play today because he was tested positive for COVID, so he's quarantining in his hotel room, hoping they give him some food. Peter.
Yeah?
Now, what do? We show off more of our rook ending expertise?
Oh, yes. Much rook endings. So expertise. Yeah, people saying before is the only move for Vidit, but that's really the only move you can make. Because you absolutely need to create some counterplay, and the only valid counterplay you can have in this position is pushing your pawns closer to the queening square. You know you don't have time for anything else.
It's fine, yeah? Or draw, I should say.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently this is no longer winning. Even this is very, very tricky, but you can sort of believe that because in order to win these types of Lucena positions, you need to bring the rook up to be able to interpose the checks from below, and the black pawn actually gets to b2 in the meantime, I assume, when the queens come simultaneously. That's, I think, the way to describe it in more general terms. I think the reason he hasn't played before yet is that white has rook e7 check. You have to go back to f8 then, I think, because otherwise king e8 will win. So you have to go back to f8, and white goes rook e4, b3, rook f4 check. And forces you to a kind of like, if you could play king g6 here, you know you're fine. But this creates an idea of d8 with a check. But white is just not fast enough, because you can't get to the g5 square fast enough. Like king e7, we give a check. King d6, we give a check. And after king e6, we just stop giving checks and go b2. And we're just in time, yeah. And after rook b4, in this position, now we can go back to giving checks. Because rook takes b2, of course, is a very strong threat. But now we can go back to giving checks. And looks like even with d7, d8 being threatened, with the black king on the back rank, you still have enough.
What do you do here?
Check. Why would I do anything else? With rook d2, yeah, and appears to actually be a reasonably straightforward draw, at least in this line. So yeah, we'll be, if this ends up being, you know, how the game ends, Magnus, I think, will feel somewhat aggrieved. But not as aggrieved as all that, because I don't think rook e7 check was an easy move to find. Even on, like, he had, I think, 20 minutes or thereabouts. But even on 20 minutes, your brain just doesn't go there.
Also, he spent like 2 minutes, meaning he wasn't really looking for a different move.
Exactly, yeah. I'm pretty sure most people just play d7 there as a matter of course. Because eventually this has to be played and everything else seemingly is optional. Yeah, quite a turnaround for Magnus. We haven't really been covering like the tournament situation very much, apart from saying that Magnus now and Rapport, all of the people who are doing well in the tournament, have kind of gotten equalized by the off-the-board events of Daniel testing positive. But what's happening exactly? If Magnus doesn't win this,
then he probably draws it. Then he's half point ahead of Rapport.
And Anish probably loses today.
Possibly a 3 point in the back in the last round. So that'd be good situation. Anish probably losing.
Yeah,
he does, however, play with black against Fabi. It might not be peak shape Fabi, but it's still Fabi.
Yeah. And Fabi generally, I think, gets his stuff together for games against Magnus.
Yeah. Don't call me father saying, how can Magnus talk about wanting 2900 but now not convert games like this, blitz out d7 with 18 minutes on the clock? Excellent point. He should not state any ambitious goals after.
Yeah, he must now officially abandon. The mid-sentence I realized that the Grandelius game has ended in a draw, so breaking news. This is now... they actually found a repetition here. Okay. This is not CCC. This is actually Queen C3, Queen G8, Queen G3, Queen, and so on. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So with the results being as they appear to stand with the game still ongoing, Magnus will be on 7.5 out of 11, Ricci on 7, and then both Shahryar and Anish on 6.5 with two rounds to go. Who is Richard playing in the last two? Richard is playing black against Yesipenko and white against Anish.
That's quite a last round game.
Yeah, that will be an important last round game for sure.
In the meantime, Jordan, is he still completely winning?
I think so. I think 95 comes in, and then you either allow 97 check, which looks absolutely horrible, or you take on d5, and then white has this mass of... Also queen e5 first might be very strong. Just asking for a move first. Yeah.
You can't even take
and then go knight d5. Yeah, it just looks completely lost. It looks like white has a very pleasant choice of winning this sort of by queening pawns or by giving mate or whatever. Hard to imagine how this is not absolutely over. Yeah, nice win by Jordan.
Yeah,
and he found some interesting decisions during the game, and also refrained from some interesting decisions, like the sequence where he first refused to sacrifice on move 15, and then once an even clearer position to sacrifice the exchange next move was presented to him, he did it next move. That was I thought was a very interesting, a little sequence of events. And yeah, all in all, kind of a, trying to shake up the established dynamic of who is the absolute top dog in the Dutch chess is.
Well, ratings still don't lie because of one game, right? But
yeah, absolutely. But
also the confidence or the lack of respect, whatever you want to call it, that you actually play 4-A3 against Anish and have it work so beautifully. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, nicely done. So, and yeah, Fabi, now with the pawn on A2, you kind of know that this is bad for white, because now black has all the time in the world to get the knight from F8 to a usable square, whichever square Fabi chooses, and then things will collapse.
Yeah, King G3.
Yeah.
Sorry for all the coughing. I was fine yesterday. I started coughing uncontrollably at night. Chat, what should I do? Took a test. Negative. Taking my flu medicine. It's very annoying. Maybe just too much talking.
Yeah, it's probably that.
King G3.
Yeah, knight G7 looks fine, knight G6, C7, and then somewhere also looks completely fine. The thing about this position is that I just don't see how white ever improves. So black can take as long as they want to bring the last piece into the game, and then the game should just end. Yeah, seems like we still haven't gotten to the time control, but the round does appear to be wrapping up potentially a bit earlier than usual today. Maybe a brief roundup of the challengers?
Sure, hang on, I have to read up on Dr. Chat. Stop smoking, more water, less coffee, tea with honey. Yeah, that's actually.
Shot of whiskey with a drop of honey.
Take PCR test, Yahoo or Google, water, and an apple. Or I will do all these things. PCR tests, I think, are scarce in Germany, but I'll look into it. Also, probably
Wilk.
Obviously, one should still find out, but probably it would still lead me to, if the result was positive or negative, I'd still sit in my basement and do this stuff, right?
Yeah, I feel like we have missed a golden opportunity here to talk about Wilk again.
Wilk, yeah, that could cure everything.
Yeah, I also got a message somewhere along the way. Why is this a draw? Oh, okay, for some reason I thought the rook on f8 was a knight, and I thought, well, is white mad to agree a draw here with an extra exchange in a completely winning position? And then I realized,
typical knight situation after
this is not a
castle.
knight. Yeah, this is not a knight. There's a specific, like a very illustrative cautionary tale in today's challengers round is the game Marc-Andre won on the white side of a Nimzo. Somebody alerted me to the game around move 15, and it really looked like a diagram you see in books talking about concepts, like move 15 specifically, like somewhere there. It wasn't actually a Nimzo, it was a Ragozin, yeah, which
came on, yeah. Still a Nimzo. Here, most people go c5. No.
Ragozin.
Yes, it's a decent version of the Ragozin for white. Yeah, we haven't committed to queen c2 or any of those. But black has committed to both knight b7 castles.
Yeah.
So this didn't go well for.
Yeah, maybe he missed queen c1 because maybe he thought he's putting a lot of pressure on the c3 pawn. But queen c1 followed by knight g2, and specifically like the position 3 moves later, where white got to play f2, f3, and
c7.
Yeah, f3. I guess here Darda realized rook e3 loses to knight e4 or something along those lines. And b5, e4 is exactly the kind of a position you see in like books on structures, where it says, this is the absolute dream structure in the Nimzo. Whatever you do, never allow this, you will lose. And indeed, he did lose.
It's not that hard to play. Yeah, you push and you give check.
Yeah. And indeed, like for five moves later, he got very conclusively mated. So yeah, very much a nice game by the young Frenchman, but also I think a very good illustration of what try to avoid in the Nimzo Ragozin type structures, because you just will get completely massacred on the king's side.
So often these things come down to opening choice and surprises, because things starting from here, any half competent player with the moves black plays will just win the game. Yeah, I mean this is the only. Queen c1 is the only half tricky move.
Yeah, and then once f3, and in particular once you allow f3 and d4, there's just no hope for it. Because just playing with the autopilot will win this game for white for most people. just as you said. What else do we have?
I'm busy with Dr. Chat saying
me.
coffee dehydrates, so counterproductive, more water needed. But then my chesticles is saying coffee has water in it. Joke's on you.
That is
hard to win.
Yes, that is very good. That's so. It looks like Surya is pressing against. Well, pressing is maybe a very mild description of what's happening in that game. I guess he's just winning. You have to go FE, and then the king, I guess, runs towards the G3 pawn, and black is in time. That would be my suspicion. We'll see. We briefly showed the Irvin's position on the board. Irvin made a very solid draw with white against the leader of the tournament. Arjun still... Yeah, Arjun kind of stopped winning, but he kind of no longer needs to.
Also, often what people do, when you have like +6 or +7, then you stop winning and cruise to victory in the tournament.
But I mean, as long as it wins him the tournament, and by the looks of things, it will very, very comfortably.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Tournament with a round to spare. Absolutely no blame attaches to what he's doing here. He's doing the right thing. He hasn't really made any vows to be like 2750 by the end of 2022, so he can very easily preserve some energy and just coast.
Yeah. Now it looks like the challengers, Eric Icey, cruising to victory. Magnus said, not surprised, he'll be 2700 soon. He's by far the best player in the challengers. So Carlsen approves. And yeah. The Dutch battle between two, I guess, friends. Lucas van Vrees and Max Warmerdam. And what looks like a theory draw. Not an expert here.
Yeah. Briefly reminded me of that. I'm not going to tell that story again, but briefly reminded me of the whole Khalif Man's best game story. Because that, for a second there, looked very much like those Gennady Nessi's games. But I think he played Bishop G5, move 12, or whatever it is, 13.
I actually do know what you're talking about. Those were nice games.
Yeah, only goes to show that I have very, very few stories, and I tell them incessantly. So Jan, by this point,
we do appreciate them.
I can feel the appreciation.
I struggle showing feelings.
Yeah. So what's happening in the main event? Magnus did play Rook E7 check. King F8, of course, has been played by Vidit. Maybe he can go Rook E3 here and try to... God damn it. Now I've forgotten how that word is pronounced again. Finagle? I'm gonna Google. At some point I did Google and I was very, very clear on how that word is pronounced, but... Finagle, yeah. That's what I thought.
Finagle?
Yeah, finagle. We're trying to finagle a tempo here.
What does it mean, like finesse?
Sort of, yeah, but with a like a slightly like finesse / cheat. Angle shoot. Like, yeah.
I spent a lot of time in Irish pub Finagle's Wake as a young man. All right, so it's still a draw, but you can try to finagle Rook E3.
But I guess after King F7, you haven't really finagled very much, yeah, because with the King on G6, we don't really have very much to worry about for black.
We looked at something like this,
yeah,
earlier on this program, right?
Very much so, yeah. Doesn't really seem to be achieving too much.
All right. Jorn's still winning.
Monty Pesto says, despite missing the winning move in an endgame, Magnus seems talented. He should not quit yet. Still has potential.
No. Okay, talk about 2900 and then not go Rook E7.
Yeah. This has to be, as we've established, completely winning. The question is how to win it in the cleanest possible way. Rook E3, 7, probably ends the game in some way. Queen e4 maybe. I guess queen e4 maybe is what I like the most. Just idea of knight e7 and then queen a8 check and end the game that way.
A wise man once said, strongest piece into the middle is never a bad move.
Yes.
Sure, counterexamples could be fun.
Todo sale centro, como los rusos, is the absolutely mangled quote, which has a story behind it, but
yeah,
not a very interesting.
Pa arriba, pa abajo, pa centro y pa dentro.
Attributed to the great Chilean grandmaster Ivan Morovich, who apparently was very fond of saying something about como los rusos and pieces to the center.
But I guess the definition of center is different for different Russians. Knight 7 check.
Yeah, why not? King. Trying to figure out if King f8 is a move we need to even consider. Looks weird.
I have stats on this situation. King f8 is plus 871.
Okay.
King h8 is 782.
So it has to be king h8.
King f8, knight g6 is strong. Bad news is King h8, knight g6 also quite strong, but less strong.
Those
we
are
have rook h7 counter.
Not very exciting.
With king h8, actually knight g6 loses. Therefore, we must try. But yeah, seems like white is winning in all lines. If we want to show off, obviously this is me looking at the engine on the website.
And d7, yeah. Bishop h3 d7 is quite cute. Yeah, I like this. And no stopping queen b8 at all. And if rook f8 here, we go knight takes g6, I guess. Yeah. Continuing with the showing off. Maybe f7 is also winning. F7 would be a kind of a cuter way to show off. But
all right. We should stick around till time control. Are we there? This is move 40, so Magnus has made le contrôle, and we did
le contrôle.
This is move 41. So they are also under control. Fabi
is now launching
is going on a little
mating attack of some sort. King h5, queen e1, I really think is mate, but I guess king g3 has to be played. I think he probably wants to go h5, h4 and drive things further. Also, queen g2 probably just wins. Yeah, queen g2 is just much easier.
Hopeless.
And then h5, h4 eventually if we need it. But yeah, this is the issue. And I also very much like, I think it's very good technique and it's nice to show that moment. Maybe he played g5, move 38, which apart from gaining space on the king side, also gives you the g7 square for the king, meaning that it just limits the potential perpetuals so much by having a very comfortable square where you protect the pawn on f7 as well by the king. And yeah. Fabi not going to let go of this advantage, I'm pretty sure. It's
never. It's gonna hold tight. This is move 40, so they also made the time control. The other games are over or never started. So we shall go on a brief break. I'll go negotiate with my daughter about more TV intake. There was a question earlier, what's easier to win a game of chess against Magnus or win an argument against my daughter? I don't know, I've never done either, but I will keep trying the latter. So thanks so much for watching. Thanks, Daniel, for joining the show. We'll be back in a couple minutes with the finale of Carlsen versus Vidit, Fun for Race against Giri, and Pragnanda versus Caruana. See you then.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. I do hope that you're enjoying the 2022 Tata Steel tournament broadcasts. Do you want to get my exclusive Chessable video course, Winning Chess Strategies, for free? Today, Chessable is running a promotion. Go to chessable.com/Yasser and see all the details of how you can get my course for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody. 3 rounds to go in the Tata Steel Masters. And like last year, it does look like Jordan van Foreest found a way to end his compatriots, Dutch number one's hopes to win the tournament. Jordan defeating Anish Giri here with this cute last move, rook h3. Anish had to resign because, as we briefly talked about, this is pretty bad news. So Jordan wins a very nice game against Anish, moves back to 50% and brings Anish Giri down to +2, 6.5 out of 11 for Anish out of 11. 1 point probably behind Magnus Carlsen in the standings if Magnus Carlsen draws. Peter Svidler, what else is going on?
Going to be a somewhat short round, I would assume, because I mean, Magnus will continue trying, but the 2 games remaining, as far as I understand, right? We have only 2 games remaining. Fabi is, I think, reasonably easily technically winning in his position, and Magnus, he never kind of gives up trying to win any chess position where there's still some winning chances, but I don't quite see how he asks pressing questions. Vidit has already found the setup that he needed to find, and it's just not very trivial how to make a mistake for black here. You get checked, you don't go to the e file, you go to the g file. If b3 is a move that doesn't lose you a pawn, you play b3. If it's a move that does lose you a pawn, you probably play a5 and a4. If white does nothing, you can start bringing the second one in. So yeah, I think the biggest issue for Magnus here is he would very much like to find a way to pose a question, but I just don't know how. Maybe like you play h4 here, maybe, and hope that black ignores it, and you play h5, and then maybe rook f3 check is a stronger threat. But I'm not even sure if rook f3 check will win. And of course, black can play h4, h5 and stop all of that altogether. So yeah, I think his biggest issue here is just that not only that it's a draw, but it's also a draw that is kind of hard to throw for black.
Yeah. The round could be over soon, but I haven't seen short round for a while.
And Andrei Terekhov asking, isn't a5 just losing? Depending like against which move. I mean, it might be losing in some positions. Maybe instead of king f7 it was losing, but I mean if white just makes some kind of a waiting move on the king side here, like g4. Against g4, I'm pretty sure I can afford to play a5 here. Or at least that's my understanding.
Okay. I need to make my joke. I haven't seen short round since Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. All right. Moving on. Karana, he's gonna win. Nothing really changed, has it? The pawn on a2 is good. Trying to get that pawn will leave our king too vulnerable.
Yeah.
Probably black can move in for the kill already. Queen e1. How does it go? We take
Queen h1 or something, yeah.
Check here. And Queen
King
h1.
h2 worries me. I think, yeah, this is clearly winning. King f3, King h1, but King h2 worries me.
So you want to start with this?
I think we start with Queen h1, creating a mate and 2 threat. Queen h4, Queen g4. You force King f3, and then you play h4, and there is no defense against h3. And on the other side of the board, White continues having absolutely zero counterplay. Bishop on a1 is such a sad piece. Yeah, seems efficient enough. I assume there's slower ways of winning this position as well, but why not just go in?
Take it nice and slow.
Yeah.
Also, White is not really ever threatening anything, right? Like
yeah.
Here.
Yeah, something like Queen a4 probably wins as well. Just slowly moving the queen away from good squares, like getting the queen to d1 and then looking for further improvements.
Yeah, it looks fairly hopeless. Chat has switched because Dr. Chat said so to tea with honey.
And actually a very, very decent suggestion by Fungi Mungi in the current position, Queen d8 apparently. Just wins the pawn on c4 with check, I guess. And that's not a bad thing.
Nelly's reporting back for duty after finishing The Lion King Part 2. And so I could bribe her with more TV, or she could stick around. Those are the options we have.
I'm very much team stick around, but
all right. Nelly bleibst du hier oder was willst du machen?
Yeah, and Andre says in Carlsen's games it's crucial for the black team to control the f5 square. I don't know if that's true necessarily. I don't see how White, like there were some lines earlier where rook f5 check was important, but currently I don't think it is. Like I would
check where?
Huh?
Which check where?
Check? Yeah, controlling the f5 square, I just don't really. I mean, we will end up controlling it anyway because we play king g6 against any check. But even if White, yeah, I mean, but you always play king f7. Yeah, if you not playing king f7 there was clearly incorrect. Yeah, I was wondering which position we're talking about. Why Magnus hasn't gone with the Lucena bridge? It's because the black b pawn is far enough progressed that black gets enough counterplay with b3 and b2. It's a very valid question, Riataman, and without the black pawns on the queen side, that is how he would have won this position. But if you try to establish the bridge, black gets time to play b3 and b2, and that secures the draw.
Yeah. It's just a draw. Nothing we can do about it. Magnus had this one sort of study-like chance to go rook e7 check here instead of d7.
Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure why. Like king f8, rook e4, I understood, but yeah, what happens after? Sorry, it's actually even king f6.
King f8, rook e5, king f6, rook e4.
Yeah, and after king f5, I guess we go back to e8, and then the king will run out via e7. Yeah. Yep. It just becomes one tempo faster, and that one tempo decides, I assume. I'm not even sure about this. Like, why is this so winning? King f6? Yeah, okay.
We're in time.
Yeah, we win just enough tempi to stop black from playing before in time. Yeah, but yeah, it's a very counterintuitive thing because you don't want to be pushing.
It's all very weird, but it does win apparently.
Yep.
What's your favorite tea, Peter?
I don't know. I like almost anything. Like I like what I end up drinking every day at home is some sort of a weird Earl Grey mix with some additional things added to it. But yeah, Assam, Darjeeling. I have a very I'm basically very uneducated on this topic. I drink anything and enjoy it. Bird says TP. Yeah, that's my childhood right there. Apparently, they're launching a remake of Beavis and Butthead.
I was never a big Beavis and Butthead guy.
Really?
I couldn't see the humor in it. No.
Oof.
Sorry.
Yeah, no milk and sugar, just plain tea. Yeah, Magnus has gone rook e7, rook e5. Now, I think we've established b3. Hang on a second. In this position? Yeah, b3 might lose, but we can play king f7 anyway.
g6 apparently to stop checks, but this...
Yeah, this does lose because now the Lucena bridge...
Oh, you can build the Lucena bridge.
Yeah.
Famous bridge.
Yeah. May I interest you in a bridge?
I got myself a ginger lemon tea.
Yeah, those are quite nice, yeah.
I think ginger lemon is also what they call this opening, no?
Do they?
I think Simon Williams used it a lot.
Simon is a dangerous man with a... Yeah. Should not be allowed to influence the minds of our children and our children's children.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, so g6 is fine, king f7 is also fine. Just don't play b3. And yeah, queen d8, as we've sort of tried to point out, it was suggested by Fungi Mungi in the Twitch chat that queen d8 was very strong. And now I guess you just switch to giving mate and give mate quite successfully with like queen h4 and then queen g4, knight h4, or queen e1, knight h4, some kind of a direct attack against the white king. Yeah. Yeah, this is often how these types of positions end up getting converted. The bishop on a1 just never gets included in the game, and eventually black switches to
the idiot.
Queen d1.
Ooh, Mr. King.
Yes, hello, Mr. King.
Very hard to stop knight g3 mate.
And I realized that some people might think I was serious. Ginger is a brilliant person, and you should actually allow him to influence both your chess and your progeny's chess if you so desire. Nothing wrong with being an exciting attacker in every single position.
I was being serious. Don't play this, no matter what Simon Williams tells you.
Yeah, and this position is so lost. Apparently, the second best move here is king g7. And it's still completely winning for black.
This looks good. Fabi can do this. Go, Fabi.
He is not in the CCC. Yeah, he definitely isn't in the CCC.
I'm not so sure.
Really?
You must investigate. The question about Shaun the Sheep. No, I can't sell my kids on those.
I love Shaun. I love Shaun the Sheep. At some point, I watched the entire run of Shaun the Sheep.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Kids don't agree. Matthew Chode wants to know, Peter, what's your favorite place to vacation? That's your Dacia, right?
Not necessarily. No, I actually quite like having the sea within walking distance. There was a period in the previous decade where we went to Sicily for a couple of years in a row. Just, rent half a house 200 meters from the beach and just go swim every day. Very relaxing. You kind of slightly run out of things to do, but right this moment, I will very, very gladly take, plus 30, nice, clean blue sea and nothing to do for 2 weeks for what I'm experiencing out the window right now.
What's stopping you? And yeah, Chad rightly points out that half a house is not a thing. The correct term is Doppelhaushälfte, which means double half house. Kelpso is saying, will you hit a new peak Elo Sonyan? Not very active, so it's going to be rough. But I'm never that far away from my peak, which is one of the great benefits of not playing much, and if playing, being very, very boring. And it's unlikely, not gonna lie to you. Will Magnus hit a new peak Elo soon? That's the real question. Doesn't look like today will do him much good with the 2900 project.
Zappa says, Peter can't go on vacation. He's busy streaming. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's not what's stopping me. There are some things which are sort of legitimately stopping me, but streaming ain't one of them. That's for sure.
Dog doesn't like flying.
Well, among other things, yeah, but like this is a sad enough stream without me actually answering this question seriously.
Yeah, no worries. But Doggo
definitely on the list, yeah. Although you can actually take doggos on vacations. It means a lot of paperwork, and Doggo will not enjoy it, or at least he won't enjoy flying because I think he's a little bit too big to be flown in a carryall. So he will have to go into the hold, and those experiences, your mileage may vary. I've heard some very, very. At some point, there was suddenly there was an abundance of stories about how mistreated animals are on flights in the cargo, and they were not nice stories to read or watch. Or
sorry to hear. Fabi, he's going for it.
Yeah, I think the way to go is actually finding a dog hotel or somebody to keep the dog for a couple of weeks.
There's the Fabi we know. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy. This is just over.
Yeah, you have to take, and then you go in with knight h4, knight f5, and
this is beautiful.
This is a very beautiful. I suspect it's not the only thing that wins there, but it's such a beautiful move, queen e1, d1.
Horrible.
Yeah,
but this is nicer.
FSC1 says V has to go king f7 or he'll get trapped and Magnus can go rook a5. The bigger problem is if you allow rook f5 check here and you're forced to go king g8, then the Lucena bridge actually does win. So he'll see it. Once again, the calculations here are a little bit too straightforward to successfully mess up. Sort of famous last words, obviously, but I do think that. Yeah. And here knight f5 is the cleanest, but you can also go after the g2 pawn, I suppose, in more than one way, which also wins. Hard to spoil. What is the correct way to pronounce Lucena? I legitimately think it is Lucena, but
I haven't been to half a house in Sicily as often as Peter, so I don't feel qualified.
Is it supposed to be Lucena? I think it kind of depends. I've always, for some reason, I've always assumed he was a Spaniard.
Also depends what Lucena we're talking about, right? That's a city in Cordoba in Spain.
Yeah, that definitely is Lucena, right? That has no other pronunciation possible. So the
Lucena chess, I actually don't know. I always assumed that was Italian.
He's a Spaniard, so yeah.
Spanish too. Wow. Lucena Ruy Lopez up there figuring out stuff. That should be Lucena.
Yeah.
Luis Ramirez de Lucena.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The position does not appear in his book on chess. Repetición de amores e arte de ajedrez. 1497. Whoa.
Yeah, it's been a while. Italian chess sound is so much nicer than the Spanish one, though, says R.D. Born. I don't know. I quite like the the. And if Jorbs is watching, we should probably do a repeat round of saying Barcelona, which apparently was a highlight of his evening at some point.
There you go. My Lord Tsar, as we say in Germany.
Do you?
I don't, but people do.
It's a thing, yeah. I know you don't, but I wouldn't have guessed it was an actual.
I'm not sure it's much of a thing, but it used to be. Used to be a thing. Chad, I don't think Lucena is John Cena's brother. Nothing to do with each other.
That would be a very kind of a nice collab. John Cena playing Lucena in a new drama on Rook Endings.
That'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, kind of a change of pace after.
If I play Queen F1, such a fish. Only -8.
Yeah. Disgustingly misplayed game. Disgusting. I can't. It bugs me so much I can't do a proper Russian accent. It's like just horrible.
That's hard for native English speakers, no?
Occasionally I want to quote some famous Russians and it comes out all wrong.
Ugh.
Yeah, you still have to calculate.
Smoke detector.
A smoke.
I have to go handle the smoke detector situation. This line is too long for my liking. Fabi, isn't there something easier?
I mean, c takes d4. C takes d4 doesn't exactly not win.
Right back.
Yeah, sure. It's not as if this is a big problem.
Yeah, I do agree that Teddy KGB is probably the most realistic Russian accent we could go for. I'll never change the batteries. It's not happening.
Yeah, like I'm saying the phrase "pay the man his money" in my mind, and it just doesn't sound like I can't do it. It's disgusting, truly. It's so upsetting. Talk to Sasha more. I definitely should talk to Sasha more, but not for that reason. You can't Malkovich hard enough to do that line. Yeah, exactly. Like I understand that where I'm attempting to attain the unattainable. G6 Rook E6 played. I assume King F7 is still a draw, but you can now actually start pushing your own things. Nothing wrong with playing B3, but also I think the problem for Magnus is that King F7 continues not losing, just as it wasn't losing earlier. So there's even a choice for Vidit now. Peter sounds like a teenager meme lord, not an angry. It's because I live with two of them, or at least I used to live with two teenage edgelords. Now one of them moved out, so the population has been halved.
What I miss? Fabi's still winning, Magnus still drawn. Oh, Fabi won.
Yeah, Fabi did win. Yeah, Prague just decided enough is enough. Nothing moves, and this is not very promising. So yeah, hard to blame him. How do you persuade teenage meme lords to move out? Well, get them a girlfriend, and they will move out very willingly.
I don't have that much experience with teenage meme lords, but don't most of them choose their own girlfriends? How do you get them one?
Well, I mean, I was asked for a specific suggestion, and that was the suggestion. Like I don't know how you accomplish that.
Practice?
Yeah. eBay. Yeah, chat has a solution.
Yeah. Lorena saying this is entering dodgy territory. Is dodgy even here? Peter knows lots of ladies to introduce to meme lords.
Yeah, clearly. There's a very specific Ike Haxon tweet I could reference right now, but I probably shouldn't.
Hi, is this the How to Get a Girlfriend Twitch channel? It is.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Let's practice today's pickup lines. You must have played Heroes of Might and Magic 3.
Yeah, we've established that. I only really know one pickup line, but it's incredibly effective. So why would I ever feel the urge to learn more?
Your father is a thief. He stole 2 stars from the sky and put them into your eyes.
Jesus.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Probably the Might and Magic one is better, actually.
I think it's likelier to work. Yes.
Want to go to my house and look at my chess book collection?
Nazgul Sauron says, I need some spaced repetition. Yeah, spaced repetition is always the way to go.
It sounds like a scientific method to improve. I know what you're laughing about. It makes me very sad. I know it's I'm Fury Hunter, which is some Hearthstone-y thing.
No, it's actually specifically on the topic we're discussing. It's a very famous story about a person introducing himself to girls by saying I'm Fury Hunter. And I think it worked. I don't exactly know how the story continues, but I think it worked. So yeah, we could try that. Yeah. The one Saikido is quoting is. I think we had this discussion on air once. No, I told you the line, grab your coat, you've pooled exists, and you refuse to believe me. Was that a thing?
That might have been the one time. I don't recall. No, I can't remember.
You accelerate my dragon. Jesus.
Pet my doggo.
Roses are red, so is the state. Let us be comrades because you are great. I'm very much enjoying this part of the stream. Yeah, I'm learning so much. Well, you know,
it is an educational stream.
It is we're very much here in the business of providing a valued service.
Mr. Dodgy Chess asking, how do I put the commentators in emote-only mode? You might want to check with CP Coutert on that topic.
Yeah.
In the meantime.
It has been attempted, definitely, in the past.
Brief recap. Magnus Carlsen is still playing, but it's going to be a draw. Anish Giri loses to Jordan van Foreest. Nice game by Jordan.
Shakhmatyarov against Sergei Karyakin. Draw. Both sides played very quickly, but not too quickly, very precisely, and neither had anything better than repeating moves here, which, yeah, amazing stuff. Niels Cornelius maybe could have continued the game against Yasipenko, but decided that he had enough adventures in the last round against...
Apparently the engine really hates it for black, yeah?
Engine saying, make move, but it's also saying, now go back.
No, it says a2, a3 plus 1, weirdly. For a second there on my screen, it was kind of giving a3 and a very large advantage, which, okay, it's now going to manageable proportions. But yeah, I was surprised. It doesn't really look all that bad at all for black, but engine strong.
Not feeling it today. 10-move draw against Sam Shankland. And
excellent segue, by the way. Thank you very much for the raid, Chess24 Poland, and welcome to all the Polish viewers. I wonder if maybe there's been
maybe they have more intel. What's happening with Jan Krzysztof? Is he not feeling good, or do you just think this position is too dry to continue playing? Which, yeah, you could argue, but I think on a normal day he just makes moves, you know.
Yeah, I think he continues.
See what happens.
I think normally he continues, and yeah, there was a little bit of a hint of perhaps the general atmosphere of the tournament, let's call it that, maybe gets into.
Yeah, Daniel sounded didn't sound too upbeat about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's it. Irigaisi in the challengers made a reasonably quick draw, continues cruising. Some games still going.
Yeah, Volodymyr Murzin was doing quite well in this game. It was a kind of a sharp game, and then move 39, he just kind of gave up a bishop for nothing. You could have just played bishop b8 here, and apparently his position is completely fine. In fact, the machines, I think, even slightly prefer it for black. And he just played bishop takes e3 here. I don't quite know what this is. Maybe he thought queen c4, queen c6 check wins a rook. But after rook fg1, it turned out that, oh yeah, or king g, like I don't really understand this sacrifice, because it just looks like you're losing after it, and bishop b8 is a move you can make without really having to think very much. But that will be, we assume, an important victory for Jonas Bilbieri in the fight for second, which is, I don't think it gives very much, but still kind of winning the B tournament of the B tournament, so to speak, is better than not winning it. Hot takes at 5 with Peter Svidler. Surya did not
torture.
Yeah, this is more annoying than you would think. Yeah, it's.
I would think it's quite annoying.
Yeah. Polina Shuvalova actually saves this endgame against Surya, which I thought was completely lost, but I guess.
Stalemate, chat.
Very important.
Great sport. Delivering the stalemate. I guess it's a normal thing to do, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you blitz all of this stuff out.
More exciting,
yeah. I mean, if you sit there thinking about these moves, then you're kind of BMing. But as long as all of this gets blitzed out, I don't think anybody minds. Yeah. And, yeah, the standings in the challengers after all of this will be Arjun on 9 out of 11, and even if one wins today, he is going to be a 1.5 points behind Irigaisi. So 1 out of 2 is mathematically enough, and I mean, realistically speaking, although I think they do play in the last round, though, right? So.
Ooh, drama.
Some potential drama there. Pretty sure they play in the last round. No, they don't. Sorry.
No chess drama.
They played
today's chess drama.
Oh, they played tomorrow. I was kind of correct, but not. Yeah, b3 played by Vidit. correctly understanding that he doesn't really need the g6 pawn. It's not really all that useful. It's much more important to get the b pawn to b2. Yeah.
Should just be a draw.
Not a lot to say about this position.
All right. I have this very annoying cuff that is not going away, but I think it might actually be useful for the Dutch report. I think some of the letters might just come out easier that way. So let's do it now, because we don't know when it will be over. And also, today there was only one game to cover in the Dutch report. So here we go. Dames en heren, vandaag het grote duel. Jordan van Foreest uit Groningen. Jordan heeft schaak geleerd van Sergej Tiviakov, Sipke Ernst. Hij weet heel veel. Zijn broertje, Lucas van Foreest, is ook een grootmeester, ook uit Groningen. Lucas, een Nederlandse kampioen op 2020. Jordan, ook een Nederlandse kampioen, 2016. Zo, lekker schaakfamilie. En Jordan, vandaag met wit tegen Anish Giri. Anish Giri, Nederlandse nummer 1. Jan speelt D4. Lekker Nimzo Indisch. Nimzo heel solide. Maar Jordan speelt pawn naar A3. Wat volgens mij een beetje rare zet is. Zwart pakt het paardje met tempo. En nu heeft Wijk deze heel slechte peontjes. Zo, Jordan, beetje riskant gespeeld tegen Anish. Maar Anish, ik weet niet wat hij doet, maar kent hij deze zet niet zo goed? Hij speelt B6, volgens mij C5. Goeie zet, paard C6, ook goede zet. Maar B6 en nu heeft Jordan een goede stelling. Paard F3, paard D2. Lekker aanvallen. Anish speelt deze zet. En Jordan speelt niet toren maal F6. Ik weet niet waarom. Toren B1, maar nu wel. En wit wint. Zwart kan minder niets doen. Wit speelt lopen D2, toren V1, paard F5, dame H5, lopen E1, lopen H4. En zwart staat zo slecht. Deze paard. Wat een slechte paard, zeg. Zo, Anish verliest tegen Jordan. Jordan heeft nu 50%. En Anish met 6,5 uit 11. Vindt het nu heel moeilijk deze toernooi te winnen als Magnus 1 punt meer heeft en Magnus laatste ronde tegen Dubov kan winnen. Zo ja, slechte dag van Anish Giri, maar hij moet opletten tegen A3. Beetje pluggen. Jordan, goede partij. Dankjewel, wel te rusten.
Yeah. Since the last game of the round is about to finish as well, time for the Russian segment, which today will be on the topic currently very dear to my heart, and that is the topic of acquiring new pets. And the Russian segment goes like this. From the same book that I read from yesterday, it's a beloved children's book called Silly Horse, which is also something that this show and friends of this show are very much in favor of. So it goes: Дилли и Дол полезли на стол знакомиться с новым котом. Первым был Дил, он шишку набил, а Долли упала потом. Which roughly translates as, and once again, these are English poems which probably should be read in their original English without me trying to translate them back into English, but there you go. It says, Dilly and Dol decided to climb the table to meet the new cat, and Dilly fell first, and now he has a shiner, and Dolly fell off the table later.
Beautiful.
Yes.
So just so we're clear, for the Russian segment on this English show we're doing, you chose to do English poems that were translated into Russian, then you translate them back into English.
For a couple of days. Yeah, I'm going to switch back to original Russian content later, but for now I'm doing the translated material. Has Magnus actually found a way to play this for a win? Probably not, right?
Why?
Also, why? Yeah, why is a very important question here.
What did we miss? So G6, B3, check. Went for this, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to place the white queen so that then you can like go king f6 or king f7 and there will be no checks, but it feels unlikely. I think he's just messing with Vidit's head by playing queen c7 check here, because like he could have gone queen f6, f7, f6, f7, but he's just
mess with Vidit's head.
Yeah.
Oof.
And this is the last round of the last game of the round, so the standings will be as we've indicated earlier: Magnus on 7.5, Richard Rapport half a point behind, Anish and Shahriar half a point behind that, and then Andrei Sipenko and Fabi actually with.
Also, Fabi is 6 out of 11. It feels like he has like -4, but it's actually on +1.
Yeah, it's a kind of a typical gritty Fabi performance. Playing very much against himself. He is in nowhere near his optimal form, but continues fighting. Today, refused some repetitions, went for a position which we have to suspect was suspect. We have to suspect was kind of suspect at some point. Beautiful sentence. I'm very proud of it. But ends up winning, and yeah. Tomorrow, Fabi plays Magnus.
Ooh.
If Fabi wins, we could have a pretty interesting last. I mean, Magnus still has the free point in the last round, so it's slightly less.
Although, what's the status? Daniel said, I'm not sure if I understood correctly, that he hasn't forfeited the games technically yet, right? If he tested negative.
Yeah, he basically indicated that the dream scenario for him would be he goes for a PCR test today, gets cleared to play tomorrow, plays white against Prague, and then gets retested and doesn't play the last round.
Ah, so he wants to beat Prague with white and then be... Okay, let's not joke about it. Most likely, Daniel will not make a reappearance.
We have to assume he doesn't play the last 2 rounds. Yeah, jokes aside, and he was very clearly joking there. I don't think this is a realistic scenario in any way. So yeah, but if Magnus loses to Fabi tomorrow, there could be all kinds of permutations, because at the very least Richard could catch him up. Who is Richard playing tomorrow? Richard is playing Black against Yesipenko, which is also a game between 2 people in the sort of the peloton. Yeah, lots of interesting pairings.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this tournament. And I think that's it for today. No,
it's almost the end of the show, but I need to address something being said in chat. HQ 3473 says Pasternak has best Shakespeare translations. That is very, very far from true. It's an area in which I at some point acquired some knowledge, and I would like just to state for the record that that is not true. And almost any other translations are better.
I would also like to state that I'm very cultured and I own many leather-bound books. Thank you so much for watching today's show. If you want to support it, improve your chess, play against some of the world's best players in Banter Blitzes, go premium on Chess24, visit the website, have a look around. New Play Zone is in the making. You get 50% off with the code TATA2022. Thank you so much, Peter. Thanks, Daniel Dubov. We'll be back tomorrow with more exciting chess. See you then.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.